Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is all right and had a great week. Making sure everything is all right. And here it goes, connected to stream here. It's good. Okay. It's nice to have all of you here. Can show you a little glimpse of also a beautiful little creature. And here he is. Little cat's sleeping right now. So Mr. Paul the cat sleeping, saying hello in his sleep to everyone. Let me take this, prepare this. Paul is taking a little nap. Usual beer. Over here. Cheers, everybody. So everything looks all right. And now we go. So welcome aboard, everybody. Welcome to this Saturday live show where we talk about radio. And we're going to talk about a few things radio. We're going to talk about a little bit of, my urban de-expeditions of the week, and also kind of telling everybody, you should do the de-expeditions too. It's kind of a little something that you should try. Find a park, find something around you where it's quiet. It's a world of difference when you're actually doing something like that in a different place where it's just quiet like you can't imagine. You hear all the signals that are way, way down, and the noise floor is just crazy. So welcome aboard. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We are here to entertain, have fun with radio, talk about radio, and tune the bands, and just, talk about whatever is out there. There's a beautiful chat room if you want to join in and say hello to everybody. They are great people. We have, I think, one of the best groups around for enjoying radio and just having fun. And of course, once that is over, there's the Facebook group where you can join and say hello. And this is also a place where there's a lot of activity, people sharing what they're listening to. We've got more than 4,000 members on the Facebook group, which is great. And growing as more people every week. So I haven't actually looked at the number of the Facebook group in a while. Let's go see the exact number of Facebook group. Facebook group. Let's check it out here. So official SWL channel is the group, and we are at right now 4,000. Whoops, what's this here? 4,291 exactly. So almost 4,300 people there. So this is pretty cool, and this is really a nice little spot where you can share what you're listening to, and I often share also of you know, what I post sometimes, what I'm listening to. I will post pictures of the radios I'm using in an evening, things like that. So it's pretty pretty cool. Pretty cool. So pretty cool to have all of this and have everybody share their passion. If you just a quick reminder that if you enjoy what I do and are here every week and really have have fun with this, don't forget that a donation is much appreciated. It really truly helps on the channel to continue, because it is YouTube monetization on the Shortwave channel has not been great. So it really compensates and helps a lot. Remember, this is also not just for fun, it's my work. And so this is my paycheck. So don't forget about that. And without it, and without donations, I'm not sure it would be here and we'd have live shows. So think about it, especially if you never donated. I always say it, not always the same people to give a little something. So super chat right here. You can click that little dollar bill and give a little something through here, just like we just had by our friend Robert Cross. Thank you so much, Robert, for the donation. Much appreciated. And also, Pizza Fund, to ensure that I will not starve to death, and Paul the Cat Fund. This is through PayPal, also available. And here is the PayPal for that. And if you enjoy what I do, you can specify it goes to Paul the Cat Treats, to radios, to whatever you want it to be, and I'll respect that and put that money towards whatever you feel. So Pizza Fund, Paul the Cat, radios, antennas, all sorts of things, or just for fun, or whatever you want. Thanks once again for your generosity. It's been very important lately to get this little extra donations that you guys have given me week after week. So we're going to talk about all sorts of things today. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with that. Tune demands, we'll check out what's out there. I know you guys were listening to something I tried here, 9550, didn't have anything, but it had something very weak, but not impossible to really know what it was. But I did tune in on a QESDR in Europe. And, so you never know. Could be a pirate station. Could be all sorts of things. Actually, I haven't checked. If I look at HF Underground, I wonder if maybe there's information there. Remember, when you hear something that is out of the what is standard on the bands, maybe you are facing pirate radio station. These are all sorts of things you might want to look at, and of course we're gonna check it out here. So don't hesitate. One of the great places I'm going to share right now for pirate activity is this place, HF Underground. Lots of great info there. And also we're going to check out if we can chase the spy number stations. We have M12 coming in about an hour. So we'll be trying those Morse code Russian number stations that will be coming up in about an hour. And there's several frequencies that are going to come through. So we're going to check that out, see if we can receive it. We're going to talk about a event coming up next Saturday. It will actually start at the same time as I start my show, 20 hours UTC next Saturday, the 30th of August, the Maritime Radio Historical Society will have a special event. It's kind of cool event too, and we're going to talk about that. So hope that you guys enjoy today's show, and next week we'll be looking at that too for that special event. So let me just bring up all the different pages that I want to have so that we can identify stations and see what's out there if you guys hear anything. So, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9301SWL in Northeast Illinois. ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. London 19657, good afternoon. Nice to have you here from Northeast Pennsylvania. Bobby, Master Players and television, gaming, all of that. Welcome aboard, Bobby Burgess. WA5107SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Beautiful summer day. And here it's a little hot today, but we're going to have temperatures drop. And we're going to be more in the lower 70s for the rest of the week and even maybe the rest of the month. Lower to mid 70s, which is going to be fun, and it will be perfect to go outside with radios. And I want to restart my little walk in the park, also go to the little park not far from here, which also is pretty cool for radio. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Really starting to show that the days are getting shorter. It really is something we notice now. And it also shows on the bands with all the different signals that we have out there right now. So this is definitely time, you know, where propagation changes, and it changes almost week to week. It's just crazy. Just want to see what the conditions are right now. So K-index almost at 0. So that means that conditions shouldn't be too bad, even though the solar flux is not super high. It's on 121 right now. But that could be interesting. We're going to check out the bands and see what's out there for sure. So, let me just move this around here. There it goes. And we have Robert Cross. Thank you for the donation. Welcome aboard. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Toi aussi, just outside of Montreal. Jean Arrache, free to choose. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe to the southeast part of Montreal. Shane 109, nice to have you here. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board from St. Catharines, Ontario. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board, my friend. Pretty cool to have you here. So ZY3AWR is in Israel. J Dakota, nice to have you on board from Winsville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. What else do we have? SWL Signals 123. Nice to have you on board from Florida. Old Radios, nice to have you here. Hope you are well, my friend. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas, N5 KVO. Girly Chew, nice to have you here. Code Messer, nice to have you on board from Georgia. W3DJS. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here. From a pleasant West Central Virginia, 83 Fahrenheit, less humid. Pretty good. Doing some garden work later and gathering old radio junk to put on eBay. Cool. The fall cleaning. Before more radios come to take their place. Rotten Animal, nice to have you on board from Toronto. Robert Varner, nice to have you on board from New Jersey. KC2TEL. Og Jakey, nice to have you here from Southwest England. Hey Joseph from San Francisco Bay, California. Nice to have you on board with some China coming in strong at 31 meters early this morning. Then faded. Now nothing on my Texan PL 680. Yeah, because you're in midday there. You know, 12 noon, 1 p.m. Is not the best for shortwave. It's the part of the day in the summer particularly. It's part of the day where there's just very quiet conditions. Here in the East Coast, being 4 p.m. now, it's starting. The signals are starting to pop up. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you on board. Everybody saying hello to Paul the Cat. Toast and Loaf is in Alabama. Oops, sorry. Gilles Naveau, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board from Central Pennsylvania. Joseph just got a new MLA 30 Plus and a broomstick. We'll drill and put it together a bit later, probably during the show. Cool. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works well compared to mine. Old Radios is happy that it's stopped being over the top hot. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. Sun setting after a warm day. We have Jim, nice to have you here. WA1125SWL in Connecticut. Nice to have you here. Fred Waterer, feline overlords are entitled to naps. And not anywhere. He wanted to be here with me. So that shows that he kind of wanted to be close. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Gilles Naveau is from Port Arthur, Texas. Robert Levin, nice to have you here. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board from a breezy patio, Central Virginia. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Mike WX50, I can drive about 15 minutes and be in the middle of nowhere. But that's good. That's good. Jim's radio check. We had a terrible storm last Saturday. My power was out for 3 days. Wow. The noise ceiling was really low. Yeah, I can bet. You must have heard all sorts of things that you usually don't even hear. But wow, 3 days. 145 SFG, nice to have you here. Says just arrived from the park with 3 radios. Cool. Cool. Bert says what you described with the urban expedition is very similar to the fun I have with the mountain topping or such a type operating. I plan an outing or 2 in the next few weeks. Yeah, I want to go back to Perry Island on Wednesday. It's supposed to be about 23, 24 Celsius, which will like mid 70s. And I think that's going to be great. Spend an afternoon with my radios. Oh, absolutely. You should be receiving well at the top of a mountain, especially if there's nothing around. Low noise is going to be perfect to receive all sorts of signals. Gilles Naveau, at night, anyone knows what is 6185? If it's in Spanish, you're listening to Radio Educación from Mexico City, Mexico. It actually comes up to here in Montreal. Sorry, guys, but I got this. I think it's a hair that I need to clip. It's making me all scratchy. So yeah, you should be Radio Educación is coming up to here, especially when propagation is not too bad. It actually comes in quite well too up here. It's like HTJB on 6050 when their last remaining frequency from Quito, Ecuador. 57 DX SW. Oops, I lost the page where it was. Let me go back. So, so 57 DX, SWDX, Rainy, Georgia. Lagadai, last 2 times I went to the park, I set up my radios, they started the lawnmowers. Oh, God. That is perfect. Jeff, nice to have you here. And to ZNN, Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Let me just check something about the frequency. So yeah, 6185, like I said, is Radio Educación in Mexico City. One of the only Mexican stations that I am actually aware of, pretty much. So just gonna go here, check the emails also. Sometimes I miss out on people. So you know, it's probably okay. Sorry, it's probably the the only frequency from. I don't know of any other Mexican on shortwave actually, even in the tropical bands or anything that still exists except Radio Educación and Mexico City. I'll have to check the list a little more maybe. Anton, nice to have you on board. Says the most fascinating stories on the history of radio were the border blasters from the 30s broadcasting at 1 million watts. The book Border Radio is highly recommendable. Pretty cool. Robert Cross, yeah, I was reading up on Radio Caroline Facebook page. They're setting up another AM mast on land. Cool. Chilnover says, cool, gotta check other thing, but give thumbs up. Donate to listen, watch some. Cool, nice to have you here. R. Dodd, nice to have you on board. K2ADC from New Jersey. So, what else do we have? Robert Levin, I've been doing some medium wave DXing to avoid the endless preaching on shortwave. I've heard a few gems so far. Yeah, well, do some shortwave and just avoid and go slowly. There's a lot more than just the preachers on shortwave, I can tell you that. David Head, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Andy News says, chat not working for me. Seems to be working. You're here. Old radios, just paid a bunch to get my Victrola sound boxes refurbished. Yeah, that is expensive today. I mean, there's a, I'm looking at my, my Grundig here in the back, which has a strap that's probably broken. And, you know, I don't want to play with that. It's a very complex radio. It's, you know, it's from 1969. It's the Grundig Satellite 210, or this one is a model that's called Transistor 6001. But the only place I could see where they would fix it in town would be Radio Offset on Park Avenue here. But unfortunately, it's, you know, it's going to cost me like $300 or $400. The guy is going to charge me a big amount for that. Unfortunately, it's a little too expensive for a fix. Maybe I should check it myself, but it's so complex I don't dare do it. I mean, the radio still works. It's just that I can't turn the band. The band roller doesn't turn. I gotta, you know, tune around and figure out what band I'm actually tuning. Because of the roller not being the good, you know, able to give me what international broadcast band I'm tuning. What else do we have? Kenneth, KWLN61, seems like I've seen you yesterday somehow. Nice to have you on board, Tucson, Arizona. Yesterday was the CIDX Club Zoom meeting. And by the way, we're looking for a Mark Markland that has been donating in the past few months. I will need an email for that person to be able to send the subscription, the membership for the Canadian International DX Club that our friend Mark Markland won last week in the drawing. And of course, for those that are donating, once again, we are putting your name in a hat, and we'll be, of course, having another drawing of CIDX, Canadian International DX Club memberships. It'll be around, the next one will be around Christmas, and I'm thinking of a little extra. I'm going to look at a few things here, and we might actually have a couple of surprises for those that donate, not just the memberships of CIDX, but also something. We'll see. Maybe some radio gear of some sort. I've been thinking about that. So that could be coming up, and that'll be around Christmas. So anybody that donates, your name will be in that hat, and hopefully, you can you'll win something. Who knows? It could also be another thing that I was thinking of, a little V2ZZI QSL card that I could send to people that donate a little something, any amount. Remember, it's any amount helps. Doesn't matter the amount. Once again, through Super Chat or PayPal, if you wish to give a little something, it helps out tremendously. So all of that will happen around Christmas. The names will be put in a little hat, and we'll be doing that. Santa will probably be doing it. You know, Santa comes here every year. Talking of Santa, it's back to school, and I'm amazed that I went to the dollar store and there's a full alley of Halloween decorations and costumes. And I'm like, come on, guys. It's just back to school. Can't you wait a little bit? So, we have Glenn that's saying hello from Arizona in the email. Says, I'm not in the chat room, but I want to say hello to everybody. So welcome aboard, Glenn. So that's why I always check my emails, because sometimes we have people that just want to say hello through the email. And that is cool. Okay. What else do we have? So 104 degrees in Tucson, Arizona. That's way too hot for me. I'm happy to live up here in Montreal. I can tell you that. Kenneth says, hello, Paul the Cat. Nancy, nice to have you on board from Northeast Pennsylvania in Dines. Nice to have you here, Nancy. Jim Gordon recently returned from Southeast England, where I had a few mini DX expeditions. I was able to get Radio Guernsey on 1116 kilohertz, 240 miles away, running only 500 watts. Pretty cool. And all of that on a Radio Wow R108. Who says you need expensive gear to have fun with radio? Pretty cool. Peter Jacopelli, nice to have you on board. And everything's fine here. For the guys that weren't here at the beginning of the show, here he is, the star of the show, sleeping. Oops. Sleeping. Here is Mr. Paul. So it's just taking his nap, wondering what the hell is happening and why he's shoving that in my face. So, so Mr. Paul is in the house. It's pretty cool. So, and thank you for the donation. I saw it come through on the PayPal. Thank you, Blogger Die, for the donation also. Much appreciated. Um, what else do we have? Yeah, Happy Halloween, Mike WX50. God. Like, what the hell? Um, Don Royal, nice to have you here. 104 in Sun City, Arizona, also. So, pretty cool. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. Shane, getting some weak music fading in and out, 6185. And the UK, yeah, you might be hearing something else, though, in the UK. Right now, if I look at thank you, Art Dodd, for donations, much appreciated, through PayPal. 6185 at this time, and you're in Europe. You are probably hearing, oh, you might be hearing, there's a 24-hour station from Finland, Real Mix Radio, and it is 24 hours. So since you're in the UK, I would think Radio Education would not make it right now because of there's too much daylight path between Europe and North America. But that Finnish Real Mix radio station, I bet you that's what you're hearing with the music. It doesn't say what language it is in. I don't know if it's in Finnish or in English. So, Real Mix Radio from Finland, 6185, and it says here that it's 24 hours a day, and it's probably low power. So that's possibly what you're hearing over there, Shane. Mike WX50, listen to Radio Guayacutla, Mexico 2390 in 1981. I wonder if they're still around. Let's go see what's on the 120 meter band. I'm just curious. If we go to the 120 meter band, I need to check. Just wanna. Let me check what's there. 2500. Let's go for WWV. So if we look at what's in the 120 meter band, what's left of programming? Oh, there's a new one from Australia, by the way. 4TRP. It's a brand new one that some people have logged in the last week. It's from Australia, and it's called Tropical Radio Program 4TRP. And they say it's from the tropical north of Australia. And it's supposed to be 24 hours, but it says it's irregular. And some people have been hearing that. There's another one from there's one from North Korea, sorry. The KCBS Pyongyang is on 2350. And there's a bunch of Greenland marine stations. What else do we have? So from Brazil, 2470 has a Brazilian one. Radio Cacique Sorocaba in Portuguese. That's a 24 hours also. Be interesting to try to get it on a Kiwi SDR in South America. But that station you mentioned is not listed here, and I don't think they're on the air again. And 2310, there's Shortwave Australia. That is a 24-hour station also. So Australia has two stations, 2310, 2355. That's interesting. Something to check out. Definitely interesting. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Génération Radio Education, is that on medium wave or shortwave? It is on medium wave. It's quite good DX, hard to believe. No, it's on shortwave, on 6185, 49 meter band. It's a regular up here. I saw somebody post something the other day on 530 receiving something in Spanish, and I listened to the Spanish transmission and the video. It really seems like Cuba. So somebody got Cuba on 530 kilohertz in the medium wave band. Redwater some years ago was listening to a signal from Tajikistan or Turkmenistan. I had waited for 20 minutes to get an ID. Just before sign off, my neighbor turned on a leaf blower outside my window. Yeah, typical, eh? Reminds me when I had my first... I had unprintable tots. That reminds me when I was in my teenage years, and my neighbor downstairs had a Sony TV that created a buzzing sound on regular intervals on shortwave. And I think it was on the 16-meter band. I was listening to something that I had no idea what it was. And at the top of the hour, when they're about to give their ID, they turned on the TV. And that was over. Worst is I never heard it again. Kenneth, yeah, it was like deja vu all over it again. Shane, those Grundig 6000 series are beautiful sets, but silly money now over here. Oh yeah, I got mine. I got mine given by a friend, but and it works fine. And it's what impresses me is for 1969, how stable it is on the frequency when you tune around. I should make more videos. I haven't used it in a while, and you can put it on a frequency. Say I will pull it on 11620 for Radio Romania. I could shut the radio power off, and I could turn it on 24 hours later, and I bet you it's going to be on the frequency still. And that is impressive for transistor radios of 1969. But then again, that radio in today's dollars is something like, it would have cost like $1,200 or something. It would have been a very expensive radio. RJ Dakuna, we've had back to school since the beginning of August. David, EA3IEK, nice to have you on board from Spain. Nice to have you here from Barcelona. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? RJ Dakuna, been seeing a lot of Halloween around here and some stores too. Hey Jasmine, nice to have you on board. So yeah, when I went into the dollar store and I saw that whole line of Halloween stuff, I was like, oh God, it's still summer, please. And so nice to have you here, Jasmine from Seattle. Toast and Love monitoring the catnap band. Yep. The Fithead, did you ever talk about your MLA last week, or did I miss it? Yeah, I talked about the fact that it didn't work. The new MLA, so I returned it, got a refund. Waiting for my new MLA 30, but this one takes a long time. It says it's going to arrive between September 1st and 8th on Amazon. So we'll see. And it's funny because it jumped when I purchased it, and it came up to about 50-ish Canadian dollars. And the same page where I ordered is now at 69 Canadian dollars. And I was like, whoa, it jumped 20 bucks. What the hell? So the blue LED MLA 30 seems to be defective. Yeah, it's the new way of YouTube of giving out names now. which is kind of crappy. I think it's Blogger that mentioned that you can change your name if you want, by the way, in the YouTube studio to have it show the way you want. And that's weird. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. Says yesterday at Tokyo Hamfest, ICOM showed off the prototype of the IC7300 MK2 and a prototype of the ID5200 dual band mobile. I did see a couple of pictures of that on the web. Blogger has a nice signal from iAfrica FM on 13640 coming out of Algeria. Let's tune it here. Let's go tune it here. Oh, not very strong here, though. There's something there, but it's not very strong. Doesn't often ever hear much on 120 meters in the daytime. Daytime is dead. You won't hear much at all on the daytime. 120 is really a nighttime band if you can get something on the band. I've never heard a broadcast on 120 ever, even in the old days when there were more of them. The lowest band that I've received, tropical stations, is the 90-meter band on 3300 kilohertz. Stuff like that. RJ Dakota and his Can Stotterbird runs Cross 530 from Cuba, as do I have. Yeah, you also have it. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the stations. Okay, I'm gonna check Sheldon the email. I'll be looking at the pirates, all the pirates that are on today. Euro pirates. So if you guys in Europe, particularly if you want to check, there's tons of stations. There's one which is a special transmission, I think, that happens only this week. Radio Titanic International on 6160. If you guys want to try that in Europe. Radio Horizon 6170. There's no ID on one which is 6213 kilohertz. And 3940 tentative Russian pirate. Someone reported Rusko Piratsko Radio. And there's also Radio 60 on 6300. Skywaves Radio on 6290. And many others. So go check that out, especially in Europe. If you tune around, you might hear a lot of those. And also there's you can use Kiwi SDRs online in Europe and check out what's out there also. I'm probably what we're going to do is I'll fire up a European Kiwi SDR, and we're going to try some of these frequencies, see what's out there in Europe with the screenshot, so the guys can see what I'm receiving. And of course, we're waiting for in 15 minutes. M12 Morse code spy number station from Russia. 12189. 12189 will be the frequency, and I'm actually going to position myself already on it. I'm going to position myself here, 12189. And if we don't hear it here, we're going to fire up the Kiwi SDR see what's if we can hear it somewhere else. So, lots of interesting stuff if you tune around. And Europe is a lot of pirates and low-powered registered stations. My WX50 says looks like radio Wayakukutla is FM now. A lot of stations are. There's a I was actually talking to Sheldon that I was surprised that that name was still there when in the 80s when I got 4VEH out of Haiti. There was the lady that was signing QSL cards, and she signed my QSL, was Edna Becky. And Sheldon had a QSL from 1980, I believe, and he also has Edna Becky signed it. And many years ago, I was wondering if 4VH still existed as a station, and they do exist on the FM band in Port-au-Prince. So, and they had a streaming online. And I was so surprised because in one of the pages, there was something written, and it was signed by Edna Becky. And we're in maybe 2015 at that point. And I'm like, wow, Edna Becky. She signed my QSL card in 1984, and she's still there in 2015. I don't know if it's still the case now because she must be getting old. But I was surprised to see that she was still there. That was pretty amazing. So a lot of these stations, a lot of the tropical band stations do exist on an FM format locally. A lot of these stations still exist, but most of them just don't have a shortwave transmitter anymore. Yes, my old radios. That radio is as old as me. It was almost, it would be funny that it came out of the factory on the same date that I have my birthday. Robert Cross, I must get my Grenadic satellite restored soon. Cool, David. Nice to see that you're doing well. Old radios says pumpkin spice season is September 1st, November 1st, period. I have my Halloween time starts on October 1st. Okay, October 1st. The whole month of October could be dedicated to Halloween, but not before. Now my next target is in 2 weeks, the Ukrainian festival here in Montreal. I want to go eat some varenikis and borscht soup and all the good food and pastries and donuts, and also I'll spend the night at the Ukrainian festival having some Ukrainian beer with my nephew and watching the different shows happening on the stage. So I think it's going to be fun. It's always fun. It's something I look forward every year, the Ukrainian festival. And in fact, in 2 weeks' time, the show is going to be on a Sunday rather than Saturday, so that I can enjoy my Saturday at the Ukrainian festival. So that's going to be a change in 2 weeks' time. It's still a little far away. So it's 2 weeks? 2 weeks? No, I think it's 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now. I think it's September. This is September 10th. So we're at the wait. Let me check that out. Okay, the 30th. Okay, no, it's not the 10th, so it must be. Okay, it must be the 6th then. September 6th. That is the Ukrainian festival Saturday. So yeah, it would be in 2 weeks. Shane says, bugs me that I don't have a single Grundig in my collection. And real Grundig, because you got to be careful. There's a lot of radios branded Grundig that are not Grundig at all. So you got to be careful with that, for sure, because you might be fooled by a lot of fake. We'll call it fake branding, for sure. And what else do we have? A 57 Shortwave DX, 5:30 a.m. out of Cuba's powerful signal in southeast Georgia. Play some nice, pleasant tunes in the evening. Simon Templar. Oh yeah, here's the email. So okay, so this is part of the brochure of the MTK2. This thing is coming up, so you send me part of the brochure to of the new radios that ICOM are gonna have, which is kind of cool. Talking of ICOM, I used my ICOM ICR30 this week. You guys know that I've not been very fond of that little portable because in the big city it overloads so much that just to give you an example, in order to be able to decode NXDN, I had to fiddle about an hour's time with the RF gain and attenuators to make sure that it was sensitive enough to receive any of these signals in the UHF range. This is why I can't accept that this radio was sold for such a high price, because it's too crappy and the front end overloads like crap in a big city. I can understand if you live in a rural area where there's not a lot of strong signals, it might be great, but in a big city like Montreal, boy, it's really something to, what my Radio Shack scanners get like every time. In order for the ICOM ICR30 to receive it, I have to play with the RF attenuators and find just a sweet spot that it just doesn't overload, because or else I won't have any signals at all, because it desensitizes. But after tweaking, I was able to finally have that sweet spot, and I had a lot of signals, so I actually had a lot of fun this week. And if you have any, I don't know what other scanners have that mode. The ICOM ICR30 has NXDN. It has the two modes, the narrow mode and the very narrow mode. And I probably tripled the amount of things I can listen to on the scanner radio thanks to that mode. I noticed that there are dozens and dozens of companies and of services that I could listen to on the NXDN digital mode. So all of them were between about 418 to 430 megahertz, and I found about 30 to 40 frequencies of repeaters that have NXDN. So I put that in the memory channels, and it's kind of fun because you also see the tag groups appear on the display, so you could go on like radio reference and try to find, okay, what's that? What company is that? And so I found out a few things like that. But it was enjoyable to listen to, even though the NXDN audio is kind of a little robotic. It was kind of fun to see that I actually suddenly had so much more to listen to, thanks to just going around the NXDN mode. I want to try it on the railroad, because I know that there's some NXDN communications from the railroad here in Montreal, so that also is something I want to check out. Robert Cross, last few months have been fixing building site radios and working on Makita radio. This Makita radio had medium wave and FM, a lot of water damage. Says the has zapped itself water. Wow, that is something. I am Simansky. Where are you located? What's the furthest signal you ever received? I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I've received probably as far as I can actually receive from Australia, which is pretty much the other side of the world. I made some ham contacts with my ham gear. With this is the screen you see here is my Yaesu FTDX10. I have an antenna in the backyard. I actually made contacts with stations in Australia and even Antarctica. So that's as far as it can get, pretty much. So nice to have you on board. The other day, CW station on RSPDX 3734. So for fun, I tried my SI 4732. Was able to pick it up, even though there was a LSB signal on 3732, and no interaction. Cool. Robert Levin, my MLA 30 Plus has a blue LED lamp on it and works just fine. So that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know if they're made. I have a hard time thinking they're made in different factories. I think they're made in all the same one, but they have maybe some huge quality control issues. Who knows what they're doing there with these things? Shane says, indeed, I never had a broadcaster in 120. The only signals I got on 120 just above is WWV in Colorado time signal, especially in the winter time when the long nights. I get that here. And marine broadcasts. Yeah, Radio Titanic in Europe on 6160 is so let's see if our friend, the spy number station from Russia, from St. Petersburg, will come in a few seconds on 12189 CW. It's going to be interesting to see if it's there. You guys in Europe should hear it. What else do we have? IJ Dakota, lowest shortwave frequency I've heard was the South African Broadcasting Corporation back in the 1980s on 3215. 3395 was from what was then Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. Yeah, I remember getting Radio Orion. I think it was 3310, Radio Orion out of South Africa. I got a QSL from them. There were a couple of, there was a few of the South Africans there. I remember Radio Guyana. I think it was on 3250. I heard there, what else? I've heard a few. I've heard a Transworld Radio from what was before they became Estawini. Swaziland. Yep, hearing it just started. It is coming in. It is coming in. Not too bad, too. 12189. Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. This is a spy number station from Russia. Kenvit, nice to have you on board from Wisconsin. Old radio, since more folks are turning off for streaming Music FM, we'll have more talk. Yeah, I don't know. Rick Myers, nice to have you on board, and says I did get my email concerning my CIDX membership. Thank you so much. Nice to have a new member. Hope you'll enjoy the year of membership, Rick, and thank you for the donations through time. KO4OSI. Like I said earlier, we continue the donations. The next drawing will be in at Christmas, and there'll be 2 CIDX Messenger or CIDX memberships, but there'll probably be a couple of Christmas surprises that I'm thinking of. So, including a exclusive Paul the Cat card mailed to you guys that have donated. That could be fun. So, a little Christmas gift from me and Paul the Cat. Jim Gordon, thank you for reminding me of Radio 4 VEH, and also signed my QSL and the early 70s. So that is interesting. Oh yeah, Fred Waterer, pierogies. Oh God, I can't wait. I just can't wait. John 5822, nice to have you on board, John H. Radio Belize playing music and ads, and yeah, remember Radio Belize. Radio Free Grenada. Simon Templar, in 2 weeks it will be time here for my crew and I to go loose reality for 3 days at Rose City Comic Con. So that's cool. That's cool. What else do we have? So what else? Okay, I'm going down. I lost my spot. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. And here, Brian, once again, let's for those that have not seen, we'll take the time to, of course, show the star of the show, Mr. Paul. Look at that, sleeping like a little baby. Look at that. Look at that little cat. Oh, poor kitty. Yeah, I woke you up. I know, I'm a bad guy. It's like us in the morning when we make up. It's what the hell? Yeah, look at that. Oh, his little paw extended. Yeah. Nice to have you here. So Paul the Cat is in the house. You guys can see. I know, I'm sorry I woke you up. Sorry. UHA 88 UHA. Normally, even with the new name or name change, it still should be. What was your official name back? Because if you were a mod, you would still be a mod technically. Yeah, that's what I thought, Robert Cross Transistor. Andy New, I see in Japan this weekend. AOR have announced a new DV3 receiver, and ICOM unveiled the new ICOM IC73 Mark II transceiver. Yep, absolutely. Michael, nice to have you on board from New Jersey. Sunny 82 degrees. So nice to have you on board from your backyard. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. 6675, fishing boats in Japanese and lower sideband. So no, that's not a flat Earth map. It's just a map. What else do we have? Atari, nice to have you on board. Shane's got CW on 12189. Kevin Michael getting 12189 in CW mode. Blogger Die, good CW 12189 lower sideband on St. Gian. Pretty cool. VE3 NSV, nice to have you here in Kitchener. On his 80 meter end-fed half-wave antenna and 20 meter dipole. Nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner, back in the 70s, there was a station on 3300 from Guatemala. Yes, there was. I think I got that one too. Guatemala. Yep. Andy New, 12189 is 59 plus. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Toast and Love, here's 12189. Northern England. Kiwi. Blogger Die, CW sped up. Yeah, usually they have a slow ID at the beginning, and then they speed up for the transmission of the official message. What else do we have? Kev Michael says that 12146 in CW. 146 over and over and over. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to check it out. Simon Templar can barely hear the CW from the number station here at work today. V3 and SV. Right now I am using, this is the screen of my Yisu FTDX10. I'm using an 80 meters to 6 meter half-wave end-fed antenna in my backyard. Kevin Michael remembers Radio Swaziland on 4 megahertz back in the 90s. Yep. Brian Penny, His Highness is sleepy. Yes. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Fred. How's my show going? Why do you wake me up? Continue your work to feed me. Jeffrey Kropp, nice to have you on board from New Hampshire. Yeah, DW in the 75 meter band. Also now 12 to 15, some strange sounding sweeps. It could be, I'm gonna go check, but it could be some Kodar. Robert Levin, nothing on 12189 here in New Mexico. Like WX50, I logged the Comoros Islands 3331 in 1981 on a night that CHU was not broadcasting. One of my rarest catches. Wow. It's fun when you get something unusual like that that is almost impossible usually to get. I remember a number station in Russian that I was, maybe 10 years ago, I was listening to Radio New Zealand when they were on 15720. And the signal from New Zealand was really good. And as we reached 0355 UTC, just before we get to 04, I saw a very small tone pop up. I could hear the tone, and I wondered what it was. And I put myself in upper sideband and I could actually narrow it down to the tone was on 15721, just 1 kilohertz above. And I was like, what is that? So anyways, I went back to Radio New Zealand, and suddenly at 04, I heard something that seemed to be like there was some voice going on. So I went back to 15721 upper sideband, and it was just strong enough, plus my ICOM was good enough in separating the frequency that I actually heard, I understood immediately it was a number station. And when I started searching on the web, that's where I discovered, oh, it's a Russian number station. That was kind of exciting. I was like, oh, wow, 19 meter band Russian number station. So that was kind of cool. These are these little things that we hear from, from time to time. Pretty cool. V3NSV decoding the CW on my Flex. It's not making any sense. No, it's supposed to be some kind of group of letters or whatever. It is a encrypted message from coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So MM7 BFL radio. Nice to have you on board from Scotland. Yeah, it could be Cyrillic, definitely, since it comes from Russia. What else do we have? RJ Dakota still thought that VNG was in a strange place on 12 megahertz. I have only heard that a few times. Yeah, 12 and what's the other one? 16 megahertz. Wilson Lowe says I don't usually hear it strong enough to even try to decode. Mike B, 12189, no joy in Colorado. 54 Cal has Vatican Radio on 11870. So I'm going to check that out. 11870. It was coming in quite well at my DXpedition this weekend when I was on the east part and the Promenade Belle Rive. It was really, really strong in English and then in French. Shane running 12189 through CWTY as expected. They are sending 5-digit code groups at 24 words per minute. Yeah, let's just for the fun of it go here, the code, and what speed am I? CW speed. There you go. This is what I'm getting. I am getting some five groups here. So it's kind of interesting. Decoding with the CW decoder of the Yesu. The Caracanvet. Yeah, that's something that I miss. I don't have a QSL from VNG. Wish I did. There's a few stations. I don't know why. Stations that I heard that over the years I just didn't QSL, and I was like, why did I never QSL them? You know, it's kind of weird. Kevin Michael heard TWR Africa on 11660. Maputo and Afghan, 7 a.m. The Panasonic RF 3100. Kevin Michael, how do you decode those messages? Well, you can decode the groups, but not the message. Blogger I believe there is the Russians have a Morse code for Cyrillic characters, if I'm not mistaken. I recall seeing something about that. Just gonna check out here. Russian Cyrillic Morse code. Yeah, Russian Morse code. If you look at the I'm going to post a link to Wikipedia here. You will see that there is a Russian Morse code, and trying to see here. So the code itself for the letters, some of the letters are the same, but there's some interesting stuff in here. So Russian Morse code So this is Russian Cyrillic Morse code. Here's the link to the Wikipedia article. So it just stopped, but it will be back. The next transmission is coming up in 4 minutes, 13475. So 13475 is the next one. So I'm going to see if we can hear that. Oh, I just heard the tone. It's going to be there. I'm going to hear it. They often do a few tones a couple of minutes before the official transmission, kind of to, you know, make sure that everything works. So this is cool. Take care, Robert Cross. Nice to have you on board. West of Turkey. Oops. In English, 9875. Our friends at Y3WR says. Kenneth says no joy to 12189 in Tucson, Arizona. As long as the decode does not say kaboom. Imagine you're reading. It says you're dead. What? 11870 is Vatican radio out of the Vatican state transmitters in Europe. It's in English. Let's check it out here. It's in English. So 11870. Yes. I have a lot of noise there. Man, my noise floor is very high here. Look at these spikes. This is since the neighbors renovated their house. I got all of these spikes and crazy noise. I have that from time to time. So 11870 is Vatican radio, and it will be in French at 2130. This week I heard it really well. Fred Water heard 4VEH. Look at that cute little face. Look at that cute little face. Yeah. And how can you not be? How can you be so cute? Look at that little cutie. Yeah. Yeah. Little cutie guy. Trying to understand what I'm saying. It's looking at me like, yeah, you. Hey, you. Oh, man. Cute little guy. And now back to our program. So, we're coming up in a few seconds. 13, and here it is. $13,475 from St. Petersburg, Russia. A M12 Morse code once again. This is a spy number station. Oh wow, Mike WX50 VNG on 4500 in 1981. Robert Levin, I've been getting WWV on some odd frequencies. Thought they were harmonics or my SDR was messing up. Unless you live very close to WWV, you're probably getting some kind of problem with the SDR you're using for the harmonics stuff, because WWV is extremely well maintained and does not, unless you live extremely close, doesn't really have harmonics. And they would be kind of weird, because if you had harmonics, even if you had an harmonic of 5, you would the second harmonic would be 10 megahertz, which is at the frequency of WWV. So there must be something happening with your setup. V3 NSB, if I'm reading right, 11870 transmits from Italy. Yep. The Vatican State, that little piece of land that actually belongs to the Vatican. Yeah. The actual meaning of the long dash in the number station from Russia is not T, because it is the letter T usually. It means 000000, from what I understand. Well, the problem is not the frequencies and time, V3 and SV. The idea behind it is that you can't decode the message. It doesn't matter if there's a message. If you can't decode it, you know, even if you intercept it, there's nothing you're going to do with it. And there are some that don't have a fixed schedule. Like, for example, in the listings of Preom, you will see some that's going to say, well, last time heard, that's the frequency. We know it's at this time every week, but we can't tell you what frequency officially. But you know, the idea behind it is much more, if you don't know, and these are one-time pads, like they say. So, which means this is being sent, decoded with a one-time code. And the next transmission, because there's another one in 20 minutes, that's going to be on 14643, will actually use a different pad probably. So what you are decoding now with that information isn't going to work in 20 minutes. It's going to be a different one. So it makes it impossible to decode. If you decode it, it'll be way too late. The time that it takes for you to decode it, whatever they're saying and mentioning, will probably long be done and gone. So it will be useless to decode it at that point. So that's where the SPY number is important. And the fact that it's on shortwave, like we always say, today it's probably between embassies. You know, I would guess that today most of that is embassies receiving the signals. But, you know, and I demonstrated on the channel, there's no better way to send a secret message to somebody somewhere. Because on the internet, there's always a possibility you could be traced back, see where that connection happened to the code, you know, and with all the surveillance cameras today, you could get caught, because they could kind of, oh, look at that. We know it's from that computer at that place, and here we have, you know, a footage of somebody that came out of that place. That could be him. This, like I showed in a couple of videos, you go in the middle of a park nowhere where there's not a lot of people around. You have a little portable radio you take out of your pocket. You listen to it, decipher it, understand what it means, and you destroy the evidence and put the radio back in your pocket, and nobody knew where you were and how you received it. It's, you know, it's one of the best ways. What else do we have? Fredwater had Windows 3.1 computer. Yeah, I had the 3.1 computer. And DOS computers. Oh, man. Dustin Love, 12215. There's a couple frequencies sweeping up and down like a jammer of some station. I'm going to go check 12215 what I hear. Yeah, I barely hear it in the noise. This is not a jammer. It's Kodar. It sweeps, and it sweeps. There's multiple frequencies where it happens. And it sweeps, and it is an ocean, current, and wave radar. So basically the sweeps, when it comes back from the radar, they can see the height of the waves, the direction of the currents, and all sorts of information. They're actually scattered all along the coast across North America, the East Coast, South, and to the West Coast also. So that's the Kodar. Ang Berlin, do you receive All India Radio where you live? Yeah, well, here it's called Akashvani. All India Radio itself doesn't exist anymore. It's Akashvani. I've received it last time 3 or 4 months ago, before we went into summer. Since the days of summer, I haven't heard it again. But I suspect if they keep using that, I think it's 9620 frequency, as we get into September, October, I should start hearing it again. They had a French language program, and they sometimes mixed in half an hour of English. So, Jean Arash, yeah, free to choose. You would have to learn Cyrillic CW probably, yes. I would guess. Blogadai, 13476, lower sideband, Morse code good. Tosalov, 13475, good in Northern England. Andy New, 13475, loud and clear. What else do we have? Kev Michael, very weak in CW. ZY3WR, China Radio International English, 9600. So, yeah. They have a lot of English transmissions on CRI. You have to look at the schedules. Different Gear TV, 13476, popping the speaker off. Kev Michael, WWV on all frequency but weak. That's nothing. V3 NSB. What signal on 13488? 13488. I have a lot of noise today, so I'm having a hard time listening to anything. Go check if I hear anything here. Oh, that sounds like yeah, I believe that is Stanag. Stanag is a NATO communications system. It's been around for a long, long time. But by ear, what I hear sounds like a Stanag signal, which is communication links between NATO countries. And there's a lot of frequencies with that type of signal. Fred Waterer took Russian in university and high school, for that matter. Cyrillic letters are not hard to learn. Some letters are the same as English. Half of those have a different pronunciation. And some letters are unique to Russian. It's Stanag. 14488 is Stanag. Because, I mean, you could have random times and, frequencies for your transmissions, but it makes it so complicated for someone to find you. Say that you do it on a regular schedule instead. What's cool with that is if it's a spy, an example, if this is a spy listening, on a regular schedule, the spy knows that, every Saturday at this time, it's on this frequency. So it kind of makes it easy. And the fact that it's encrypted, if it's really well encrypted, I'm going to tell you, by the time you will decrypt whatever it is, you will, all of the info will be useless. And once again, it's one-time pads. The next transmission will not have the same decoding system. It's like the Enigma machine. But the Enigma machine was always, they had reels, they had different changes they could do. So it was kind of, if you knew how it worked, you knew how to do it. But, it's espionage. We're in a James Bond movie right now. I might get shot through the window, by the way. Mike WX50, the show Mr. Robot was based on a character who traced internet traffic and was a genius hacker. Great show. Jasmine, my friends and I have been using a one-time pad app with an already encrypted mesh network to send super secure messages for fun. So, when that is, even if you find a way to decode it, it's going to be days or weeks. All of that will be gone. Jasmine will have disappeared. She will have, taken over whatever, the world. EFOG3, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Shannon Volmit, yep. Strong from Ireland on 13264, yeah. And one usually comes in quite well. There's also Military One, the military Volmit from the UK on 11253, if my memory serves me right, that you could try. 11253. Shane 13475, peaking 20 plus here, very strong. Kodar is present, but much weaker. What else do you have? Nasman says, yeah, my comrades and I will be long gone. Mark Sandquist, nice to have you here. 007, yeah. You're all going to be part of my international ring of espionage. And that's going to go through the news, guys. So if you get the news, if you get reporters on the front porch of your house asking questions, don't forget, you don't know me, and I'm not from Montreal, Quebec. I can imagine the spy saying, hey, let's watch this guy every Saturday. He makes these codes through the internet easier to decode. Oh, God. It's pretty crazy. Hey, JJ Endo. Nice to have you here. Tostanov here's 11253 weekly. Oh, I like that. You imagine you go on Wikipedia, you put my name and says International Man of Mystery. I like that. Yep, it's also on 5450, but here it's a little too early for 5450. A couple of hours before it starts coming in. And now they've just ended the message. And in 4 minutes, there's going to be another one on 14643 if they have traffic, which means if something important is happening and we need to tell you about it, there's going to be another transmission on 14643. If there's nothing else, there's nothing is going to happen. So 14643. So these are, oh, tone just came up. There's going to be something on 14643. I can see it. I can see it. And so I go here. Yeah, Mark. His spy is watching my stream to get his number message. Shane, listening to 14643. And should be there in about 3 minutes. So Kevin Michael just heard the tones. So yeah. Ang Berlin, between the Texan PL990 and St. G and ATS 909X2, which one would you pick? In Europe, Texan is 330 euro, with Sanjin is 200. Well, honestly, if that is that big of a difference, if you get the Sanjian for 200, go for the Sanjian. Don't spend 130 euros more for the 990. It's not worth it. And the added bonus is on single sideband. The Sanjian is actually softer. So there's less of a fatigue listening to strong, especially the strong single sidebands. The AGC, the automatic gain control, is set better. So because single sideband voice, it's like an on and off thing. So when somebody stops talking, the radio goes to 0, and then you start again. On the 990, it punches through. On the 909X2 to St. Gian, it actually is much softer. So it's there's an advantage there, I think. Toast and Love heard a couple of beeps on 14643, which means you will hear the Morse code coming up. What else do we have? Robert Levin's got peskeys on 26625. Fred Water, I had a Windows ME computer. What a terrible OS. First time I got the blue screen of death, I was like, oh my god, I killed it. I remember I got Windows ME, installed it, and my PC crashed so much that I went back to Windows 98. That one was horrible. It's sad because Windows ME was the first operating system to add a lot of plug-and-play things. Today you plug a printer. Oh, Morse code is there. It's up. It's up and running. When you plug a printer today on Windows, most of the time it's going to say, oh, I'm getting all the drivers, and like, you just sit back and do nothing. Windows ME was the first operating system that actually started doing that, but it was just crashing all the time. So, and I still remember the demonstration from with Bill Gates when they originally talked about the breakthrough with the plug and play in Windows, and the live demonstration in front of an audience, a blue screen appeared in the display. So it's like, yeah, that's what you want. That's really what you want. And that's why it got, if you guys remember, today we don't talk too much about that anymore, because Plug and play is pretty good. But back in the day, it was plug and pray. Let's plug and pray that it's going to work. Yeah, I got all three versions. I've got the Radio Shack version of the original 909, which is the Sangean. I've got the 909X, and I've got the 909X2. So 14643 signed on with Morse code once again. All right, Bert, have a good time. Stay safe. Don't work too hard in that garden. Yeah, Windows 2000 was better because it was not the same. Actually, Windows 2000 was totally different and at the core than Windows Millennium. They weren't the same. Actually, the closest thing to Windows 2000 for consumers, because Windows 2000 was made for business, was Windows XP. Windows XP was the first one that actually used the same core as Windows 2000, which made it a lot better. A lot better. Kevin Michael, 645. 643, well, 645. Blogger Dive, 14643, good. And it's away with the message. Yep, absolutely. So, pretty cool. We've heard, it shows propagation is pretty good today. Andy New, take care, my friend. It shows propagation is pretty good because the last few weeks, remember, we've tried the Morse code. We barely could hear it on most of the frequencies, and tonight it's actually good on all of them. So according to Prion, the next number stations are from Asia, and it's in 2 hours time, so it's going to be a long time before we might still be on. Who knows? We never know what happens here on the show. So yeah. Okay, guys, got my caregiving duties for a few seconds to attend to, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. So hang in there and take good note of the secret message. I'm back in 2 minutes. Don't forget, if you enjoy what you see today, if you're here all the time and have a lot of fun, maybe you're new and you're having a lot of fun. Well, we're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And I mean, this show lasts 3, 4, 5, who knows how many hours sometimes, especially when we have a lot of fun. You know, donations help a lot. They make this continue. They help me continue here every Saturday and also add content and buy radios and all sorts of things. So why not think of a little donation? Any amount helps. And it helps tremendously, actually, lately, because YouTube's monetization has not been very good. So you compensate that, and it's very, very helpful to me. So how about a little something? Super chat, little dollar bill in the chat, or there's a pizza fund if you don't want me to die of hunger. There's a pizza fund and Paul the Cat fund for treats, food, and it's through PayPal. And here is the PayPal address. Any amount helps, and please think about it. Nothing is free. Everything, costs money. I have to have upgraded computers, cameras, radios all the time to entertain you guys, and a better internet than average to make sure that it all works. And this, of course, adds all the cost to everything. And well, your donations help cover the cost of that too, and helps me continue. So think about it, guys. and much appreciated. And I am back in 2 minutes with the rest of the show. We're going to continue. I'll get another beer at the same time because my beer is at this level now. I guess another beer will be nice to fill my glass. So see you in a couple of minutes. So we are back with Mr. Paul the Cat. He will probably be doing the show for the rest of the next few hours. So it's nice to have everyone here. And so Morse code's still going on for the oh, I'm just gonna help Paul the Cat go down. I think he wants to get out of the chair. So Mr. Paul has a piece of air caught in his nostrils. So people talking computers, and I had all the computers with, starting with a DOS computer. PCXT was my first PC. Before that, I had a Commodore 128, Commodore 64, Commodore VIC-20, Amiga 500. Still have the Amiga here, and the Commodore 128, and an Atari 1040 ST here. Then the PCXD, the 286, with my first ever hard drive, a 75, was it? Yeah, 100 megabytes. 100 megabytes. My first hard drive was 100 megabytes on the 286, and it was a IDE drive. So yeah, that was something. Bernie Charbonnier, nice to have you here from the Netherlands. Long time no see. Fun to see you here. Fred Water did his first column for the DXing in 1986 on a typewriter. Always a new ribbon on 8x14 paper. When I added illustrations, I later cut them with scissors and pasted with paperclip. Oh man. My first time I wrote something for a club was the COCQ, the Club en Cours du Québec, which was the Quebec Francophone radio club back in the day. In the early 90s, they needed somebody for the logging column. And so I was the fool that accepted the task, which was dreadfully difficult. And I would do that on a, so it had to be, it had to be done on a PC and printed in a certain format. And I had a dot matrix printer with my 286 back then, and a very basic word processor. And that was my first time that I wrote something. It was in French, because that club was a French club, French language. And it was great. It was a lot of fun to do, and honestly enjoyed the experience for a while, until it became a pain in the ass to do, which I just decided the hell about it. And the club died not very long after that. The club literally died after Um, about I'd say in the 6 months after I left, it officially was where the club ended, and there was a few times after that that people have come back to me and said, oh, it'd be fun to restart the club. And I was like, no, I don't want to. First of all, I didn't want to be the guy that's going to have to do all the work to restart the club and then take care of the club and stuff, because one of the biggest problems that we see it with CIDX, and most clubs are probably like that too, is getting people involved and creating content, doing something is almost impossible. It is something that people don't want. People want to have their bulletins, but people don't want to participate. So when you need somebody new for a column, often the column stays empty for like, months. Why? Because nobody comes forward. Nobody wants to be involved. So it's a tough one. It's a really tough one. Blogger Time, did you, like, before the internet and all of that, did you do some radio newsletters and stuff, or what type of news? From what I see here, since you did a newsletter using an Amiga 2000, I'm curious as to how far back your involvement in creating newsletters and content goes, and what were they about, just out of curiosity. If you want to answer that, it'd be kind of interesting to see where all that comes from. The last operating system I installed on floppies was Windows 95 with their, I don't know how many floppies there were. And I was part of one of those that one day I needed to reinstall, and on floppy 16 or something, it said read error. And I was like, no, please. And I said ignore, and I went through with the other disks. And of course, it was a crucial part of Windows, so Windows didn't work. Old radios, oh man. Don't look at the very, very messed up desk, but look at my, there is an Amiga. On the right side, it's an Amiga 500. There is a floppy, an external floppy, although there's an internal floppy, but it is actually fitted with a SD card reader that reads disk images of Amiga, so I don't need floppies anymore. And on the left side, below the radios, is a Commodore 128 that has, of course, a Commodore 64 mode in it. And just below on the left, in the dark below, I don't know if you can see it really, there's an Atari 1040 ST. So these are all working, all fitted with the drives that read micro SD cards. So all I have to do is put the images on the micro SD cards, and I have thousands and thousands and thousands of games and software. And the Amiga 500 on the right has a expansion, so it has 1 megabyte total RAM. It also has the chips upgraded, so it's kind of fun. I played games this week on it. Actually, I played Three Stooges. I played Defender of the Crown, and I also played the Gienna Sisters, which is like a copy, if you want, of Mario Brothers. Brian Listener, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Bracecomb, word star on CPM. Oh, youch. And talking CPM, the Commodore 128 on the left, if you feed it a CPM boot disk, it has a Z80 chip in it. It can actually read and work on the old CPM system. $86.75, Kev Michael. I don't know if I'm going to hear anything here. Got too much noise now. Not hearing anything. This must be comms. Oh. Oh, I'm in CW. So I was wondering. I am hearing 8764 Chesapeake, Virginia weather in single sideband, upper sideband. So that's Chesapeake, Virginia, 8764. And we have a very, very good signal. Oops. To put myself in AM mode. Very good signal from Turkey. Voice of Turkey, 11785 in English. Very, very strong next to Brazil on 11780. Here you go. You got Judgment Day from God of the Internet. That's me. Just saying. William Palmer. So if anyone else wants to have Judgment Day from me, go for it. Blogger, I did the newsletter from the Stanberg SC Commodore Users Group. Oh, wow. Spartanburg, South Carolina. Commodore User Group for 9 years. Oh, this is so cool. Wow. Yes, I was on BBS's old radios. I was on tons of BBS's. I started off with a 300 baud modem in 85, and from there had more and more BBS's. We would go to get-togethers, GTs, and when I was 18, we would go with a gang on a BBS that I was on, which was called Car Enterprise BBS, and we would go for beer at a place called the Peel Pub downtown Montreal because the beer was cheap and we all had no money. So it's like we were going to the cheapest places possible. So you could have like a pizza. There was a special, a pizza or pizzaghetti and a pitcher of beer for like 20 bucks. I was like, oh, fine. And a picture, a big picture, 60-ounce picture of beer. So I was like, okay, that's fine with me. It was dreadfully cheap. There were all sorts of stories because it was cheap of things happening. But, you know, we were young adults with no money. We didn't care. You just wanted to drink and eat for cheap. And man, we had a lot of fun. We had so many of these get-togethers, and that bar had a trivia game, and we had an electronic thing that it would give us, and every hour there was a trivia game that lasted, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and we would play, and it was linked, I remember, to other bars across the East Coast. We could see the Peel Pub score compared to bars all around the East Coast of the United States. It was so cool. And the ones that had the highest score in the bar, we would win a free picture. I gotta tell you, it didn't cost a lot of money back then. We won a lot of those pictures. And boy. Brian Leisner, whole joke, who is General Error and why is he reading my drive? Oh man. Look at that, I had the Commodore sidecar that plugged into the side of the Amiga 1000. I had a 40 megabyte drive in that. Wow. This is so cool. Old radios don't have a 128. It's got a 64C. That's pretty cool. You know, the 64C, get yourself one of those drives with the SD card. It plugs in, and it plugs in. There's an extra cable on it that plugs into the drive port. Then you can go on the internet, get those packages of games that have all the games that ever existed for Commodore 64. You put it on an SD card, plug that in, and you got a menu. When you start it, you got a menu that you can load, and then you can just go choose whatever image of a game or whatever. It's just so cool. No handling of PC, of floppy disks and anything. Get yourself one of those. You're gonna have a cool working Commodore with that. Okay. Kenneth, Jill, one of the channels I follow showed them buying the Commodore brand name this week. Yeah, there will be an actual Commodore 64 being sold. It will be the same size and compatible, totally compatible with the original hardware. So if you have old cartridges of Commodore games and stuff, you can plug one in and play that game. It works. It's not an emulator too. They actually have the custom chips of the Commodore computer inside that machine. It's like, wow. I saw that it would, here in Canada, it would sell for about $300. It's a lot of money, but then again, somebody that misses his Commodore, I don't know, kind of cool. Like an eye, it's 754 or 64. Pretty good on ETS 909. Oh, you also got one with no X. Old radios. Hear that turkey coming in. Toast and Love 11785. Strong in England. Shane's getting Chesapeake Weather on 8764. So pretty cool. Old radios. I'm at my other house, so I got beer, and my dad isn't blasting the TV. Cool. Hey, to Rook Tim, nice to have you here. Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Kev Michael, first computer was a compact 5352 in the 90s. Kenneth, no joy on 8764 or 11785 in Tucson, Arizona. Wow, I thought we would get at least at 8764, honestly. What you could try also, let me go to the schedule page. Thank you, Ian, for the donations. Much appreciated. If it's okay. Chesapeake. You can go to, so you don't hear 8764. Try 6501 and try 13089. So I'll try 13089. It's not as strong for me, but 13089 is there. Upper sideband. That's Chesapeake, Virginia. They're on 6501, 8764, and 13089. Also, if you wish something else, there is a station that we need to write to, guys. You need to give them love. Radio Romania International on 9740, coming in very well right now. This is actually to Western Europe right now, and it's coming in on the East Coast. Radio Romania. So the Romanian government is having a huge deficit problem. They're short on cash. So they've been doing all sorts of things with the Romanian broadcaster. One of them right now is that medium wave and long wave is cut at night. And also what happens is that Radio Romania is still stuck with one frequency at every transmission rather than two like they had before. And there's talk about how about maybe things could happen and well, you know, Radio Romania might be gone because there's just no funding. So I think that we should all write to Radio Romania. Let them know you're listening. Let them know you're out there. You know, it happened in the past that so many stations were saved thanks to the fact that they could show that there's an audience out there for the programming. Also, Spain, there's big changes with Spain. So Radio Exterior de España, which had 3 days a week broadcast to North America in English, French, Portuguese, and South America, and so on. Now, apparently they have a shortage of staff, and they can't keep up. So they've changed the schedule. Now, rather than being 3 times a week, 30 minutes, they have changed starting first week of September. Radio Exterior de España will have a 1 hour English, 1 hour French, and 1 hour Portuguese. Only once a week. So I believe the days are English on Tuesdays, French on Wednesdays, and Portuguese on Thursdays. It's only once a week, but the show lasts an hour rather than 30 minutes. So that is a change for Spain. And of course, you might have noticed 15500, which is the frequency for North America, has been missing for the past couple of weeks. But 17715 still come in pretty well. So these are kind of the up-to-date news of what's happening right now on shortwave with stations. You know, it's kind of something we got to think about. These stations, if they don't have anyone, you know, if they don't have anyone to that tells them you're out there listening, they can't show anyone that, you know, the first thing they can do is, if we all write in, they can go to the government agency and say, look, we've got all of these emails from people listening. There's people out there. We can't cut our transmissions. Come on. So and that's very important. Shane, first computer is ZX81. Believe it or not, it seems that I might be getting one of those. Blogger, I need to put all those Computer Club newsletters on the Internet Archive. Oh yeah, that'd be a great idea, Blogger. A great idea. The Internet Archive is really, really amazing for that. It'd be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There's nothing, you know, I got the, I found the archive of Compute Gazette. All the Compute Gazette that ever existed, which was a Commodore magazine. I remember bothering, I probably annoyed the guy at the newsstand so much with, when's the Compute Gazette going to arrive? It's late this month. And man, I would type in the programs in there, but I go in those and I remember them. Every time if I download one, I remember the cover, and I'm like, oh God, I remember when I got that one, or that one, or that one, or, oh man. Good old days. Old radios. When I can, my 64C is in storage until I get into a better house. All right. Well, when you can, do what I'd say. Get one of those readers that is just an SD card, and you'll be able to go online on the internet and get packages of games and software. You just put the images, and it's super easy to operate, and it's a lot of fun because you have everything on the little SD card. It's funny because that's where you see that software for these small computers back then is so small. I remember I got into an archive, and the archive said every piece of software you will ever want for Commodore 64, every game. And the thing was something like, I'm trying to remember because I don't want to say, it was in the megabytes. It was not even in the gigabytes. It was like, you know, 70 megabytes or something. And it was like, that's everything that ever was done for Commodore. Because things were so small back then that you didn't have much, it didn't take a lot of space. I mean, the Commodore 64 discs were one-sided. So they were only 170K each. So, man. Yeah, I remember fixing a few of the Sony Vios back in the day, early 2000. Blogger I ended up with them. You get 2000. One son got a 500, the other got 1,000. Both of them ended up working for Microsoft in Redmond. There's a lot of guys that work for example, Microsoft or even Apple that started off with, you know, Commodore computers and Amiga computers. And if you ask them, you know, I'm sure if you ask your son, and maybe even you will agree, the Amiga was so far ahead of everything else back then. I look at my Amiga 500 here and look at the things that it does. No other freaking computer around in 1985, 6, 7 was able to do anything close to it. That machine and the Amigas were amazing things. It's all how the market went through. You know, the PCs suddenly broke through, and I mean, you know, it's like, and for the price paid, you had, for example, you know, PCs for a long time were stuck in their DOS screen, you know, with command lines and stuff. And it makes me, I find it so funny and so amazing that the PC was able to break through and be a dominant player even today with such a basic freaking interface. But then again, you look at how you could customize everything. And if you'd go to Apple, it was way, way expensive. And I mean, Apple had that operating system, the Mac OS back then, but Amiga's system was better, and there's so much amazing things, but the market, goes different ways, and you never know. It's just amazing. I actually like documentaries of the PC market or the computer industry, like from the 70s to today, how everything evolved. It's so amazing. There's so many moments in time that are amazing too. Thinking that Apple today, which is a huge company, was almost bankrupt, almost disappeared, but one little thing saved Apple, Microsoft, with a very small moment where they said, bundle Office, bundle Internet Explorer, we're going to give you, $50 million. It changed everything. It changed everything. If that had not happened, maybe we wouldn't even talk about MacBooks today. We probably maybe wouldn't even talk about Apple computers anymore. There are these little moments in time that defined and changed a whole industry, and it's just crazy. I mean, Commodore computers back in the 80s were dominant. Actually, there isn't, since then, anything of one specific model that ever was sold more than a Commodore 64. It's just crazy how. But the big problem back then, compared to today, back then, all of these computers couldn't talk to each other. Each computer was a different thing. Just I'm amazed by all of that. And it made me into what I am today, and to a tech guy for a long time, and there's a mix of stuff here: radio and computers. If I was not in computers, would I be doing live shows on YouTube? And of course, I had to be in radio to do radio live shows on YouTube. So, it's kind of funny. Sergeant Rock, great show. Your bar stories remind us of the Army promotion parties held at the Oak Club. When we got our rank, of course, we covered the total bar food tab. Oh, man, nice to have you here from a humid Hawaii island, my friend Sergeant Rock. Always nice to have some news from you. And see your smile in the CIDX Zoom meetings. You're always smiling. I like that. So cheers for you. Blogger 8764 still on. Shane. Tape loader, but it was also a painful experience. Yeah. Mike B, 11785 in Colorado. Yeah, that's true. You're in Virginia. You're right next to Chesapeake. Blogger 13089 is okay. Toast and Love 13089 good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Blogger 9740 is strong. JJ Ando, I still have to write RRI about a QSL. The Wind, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Brian Leisner, still have my DX398 going. It's my kitchen radio along with an original ATS 803, not the A version. So remember how excited I was waiting for the ATS 803 in the mail. Wow. Yeah, that would be a disaster if Radio Romania would go off, unfortunately. Richard Wagner. Not to be political, but apparently VOA wasn't the only international broadcaster that went through deep cuts. Yeah, well, VOA's for, different reasons. Like Radio Romania and things like that, it's just there's they're strapped for cash and they're finding ways. They're trying to find ways to. It's VOA is it's political. We'll just keep it at that. Yeah, go for it, JJ Endo. We got to do it. I know that apparently there's an order to restaff the Greenville, North Carolina. But you know, Jasmine, there's a it's very surprising the number of stations that we kept on the air by doing this. You would not believe. Over all the years where we talked about, you know, sending emails and all of that, I can tell you there's a lot of stations. Spain is one of them. There's a lot of stations that changed their minds. Even Radio Canada International, when we did a campaign to have people write in, not just to Radio Canada, but to the person in charge in the Canadian government of Radio Canada International and Foreign Affairs, and it changed everything. You would be surprised if you do nothing. Yes, you'll lose everything. If you try it, well, first you got nothing to lose to try it, and second, you never know. Blogger, I got one color computer basic program published in one of the Coco magazines. Text adventure. Oh wow. I had a game that they did not accept. I had written for Computers Gazette a game for kids where the game was to learn math, and it was based on birthday cakes. I don't know why I had that idea. So you had to calculate how many, you know, like if there were 6 birthday cakes and you added 5 birthday cakes, but then you lost 1 birthday cake, how many birthday cakes was there left? So it was like a math kind of logical thing. And when you win, well, there was a big birthday cake with candles lighting up. And that was for VIC 20. I wrote that on a VIC 20. And I sent it in on a cassette by mail. And I got a reply about a month and a half later saying, sorry, we're not accepting your game. Oh, crap. Well, that's not true that people are not listening to radio, Jasmine. And the BBC has strong numbers on that. Even the Voice of America had more than 100 million listeners. So it's not true. And it's not the way it works. You are wrong in saying most people don't listen to the radio. Actually, there was a share of ear, which is a report that comes out regularly. In the United States, okay, in the last year, 75% of people listen to the radio every day. So you're off thinking nobody listens to the radio. You might not realize how a big chunk of people still do. Maybe it could be your age, not realizing it, because yes, I understand. At your age, I look at my nephews. My nephews don't listen to radio. Yeah, I understand that. And if you base your observations on people the same age as you are around you, your thinking is flawed, because you don't realize that, no, but there's a lot of people older than you, and there are people your age that do listen to the radio. Example, in their car. So you got to be careful, because you are jumping to conclusions when you say that. Kevin Michael, Trading 089 coming in, weak in USB. Richard Wagner. It was on a crystal radio, which we discovered could get shortwave when we fed the audio through the tape recorder amplifier earphones. Would load down the tuning and amplifier didn't. Alright, I wonder if the 994A has a TTS program which I have special speech box. Huh. Oh man, the Computer Chronicles, all the radios. Man, they're all on YouTube, by the way. I go and choose an episode from time to time, just to go back and see what, you know. It's just crazy. Okay, here we go. That was too warp. That was a disaster. That was a disaster. Yeah, today iPods, and well, the iPod at first, but now today is iPhones and iPads are really what's driving Apple. Remove that, and the MacBook side of Apple is not very big. It has increased over the last 20 years a little bit, but I mean, the money behind Apple is really iPads and iPhones. Kenneth Counter's problem was the people running marketing mistakes, like trying to charge Star Trek movie 350,000 to appear on the movie. Then Apple gave them access to the Mac for free. Yeah, there was a lot of weird things at Commodore. Several mistakes. You know, like the Commodore 128, that should never have existed. That machine cost a fortune to make. And it was pretty much released at the same time as, and it was not that much of a failure, though. It did sell a couple of million copies, but you know, at the same time as the Amiga 500, they should have jumped on Amiga 500 right away, which I think would have been a better thing, you know. But you know what, Jasmine? One of the thing about the Zune is that I know a couple of people that had one, and I know a couple of people that had one and moved to the iPod and stuff, and they all will tell you, find any Zune users out there, they all will tell you how Zune player was vastly superior to the iPod in so many ways. But the iPod won, and the iPod had the market share. But the Zune and its operations, anyone that owned one will tell you that they all like the Zune better than the iPods, and even, you know, the way to deal with media on the iPhones and iPads. And that's a fact. Same with Windows Phone. Anybody that had a Windows Phone will tell you they loved their Windows Phone way more than any iPod, iPad, or Android phone they've ever owned. The big failure for Microsoft was, especially with Windows Phone, they could have dominated with the Windows Phone. The big problem with Windows Phone is that it took them, you know, they had to wait till the iPhone came out before they responded. And that was the big mistake. So iPhone took over. Because let's face it, the first iPhone, I had one of the first ones. I gotta tell you that how crappy that thing was. It was slow and it was crappy. The iPhone was not a great phone. It is today, now that it's powerful and tweaked. But the first iPhones, man, what a piece of crap what that was for the price. I'm sorry, but that really was. But Bill Gates didn't think, and Steve Ballmer, the guy I hate the most at Microsoft back in the day, they thought, no, nobody's going to want to do things on a phone. They were wrong. But if they had done Windows Phone before any iPhones came out, we would have the same competition between Windows phones and Apple that we have with Windows operating system, PCs, and Apple computers. Benjamin Sebastian was the Motorola 68000 series processor was the game changer. Oh yeah, and it's still used. It's still used today in some microwaves and some devices. Of course, it's a new packaged one, but I got the. Is that the one when they actually shoved the U2 album that no one wanted on all iPods at some point? That drove people so mad. Oh man. They have ways of quantifying because they have ways of probing listeners. And they do have a pretty good. Apparently, the BBC and VOA measures are quite accurate, and it is probing the listeners in their markets in Africa, everywhere, with all the crews they have around the world. So, plus, there was always been a silent kind of rule that for every letter you get or every email you get, there's 10 times more people listening that never write or never will tell you that they're there. So there's that also. But in some cases, because not all stations can have a good measure. I mean, for example, WRMI, I don't think they have any idea of how many people are actually listening to WRMI programming. But the big guns like BBC and Voice of America, they have the means to know. And the BBC is in the several 100 million listeners per month in all of their radio platforms. So it's shortwave, but not just shortwave. It's FM outlets in local countries, things like that. But they have pretty good numbers in general. I had my first ever Apple purchase in all my life. Ever. Ever. I had never touched any Apple device. And my first Apple purchase and how they succeeded. How they succeeded. It is when the iPod Touch came through, and I didn't get the first one. I got the second generation. And I remember being in the subway playing a game. And I mean, those were expensive. Not a lot of people had some. I was in the subway playing a game or a racing game where I was like going like this with the device. And a guy sitting next to me said, not like he tapped on my shoulder and said, "Can I just see? I've never seen one in person, and it looks so cool and amazing as a device." I still remember that. This is the wow factor that Apple is capable of doing that I get why people want to have stuff like that. You know, it's like when I was a tech guy. It's funny because I'm the tech guy. My tech guy brain is, I got this PC because it's powerful enough to. But when I would talk to people, it's like, I'd like to have a MacBook. Why? Is it because it's more powerful? Because it's easier? Because 9 out of 10 times, they're so beautiful. Being beautiful is not how you choose a computer. But that said, the MacBooks are great computers. It's no, I'm not bashing anything. The MacBooks are okay. If you're a Mac guy, you know, a lot of that war Windows, and you know, I'm a PC guy. I will always be a PC guy. But you know, I owned a MacBook Pro for 5 or 6 years. I mean, I have nothing against Apple computers or iPhones, nor I choose what I want because of the possibilities. So I have a Samsung phone because in Android is Windows equivalent. It's free use. You do whatever you want with this operating system, just like Windows, at your own risk, of course. So a real Windows user is going to have an Android phone because it's the equivalent of, I can sideload an app, I can do things that an iPhone will not because it's blocked. So there's limits to where and what you're going to do with it. And so, but that's also fine because that, in a way, it keeps users safe. Don't let them do whatever you want, and you're keeping people safe. You know, it's a different thing. Anyways, back to radio, guys. Okay, let's go back to radios. Jasmine, these surveys of radio are actually have categories of what people listen to. The share of ear report we talked about a month and a half ago on the International Radio Report. 75 to 80% of people listen to radio, AM, FM. AM, FM, every single day. It's an actual number they have. They have numbers for satellite, like, you know, Sirius XM, and numbers for streaming. The numbers for streaming are going up. They're very small. Go at any survey that they've done, or others have done. Streaming is a very small portion of all the radio listening. Streaming is just down there in like the 20%. It is not a dominant player. And actually, advertisers don't want to pay for that because, no, I don't know who's listening from where, and it's not enough people. The share of here, the way they do it, is with all sorts of measuring instruments, meters, and a wide survey of people. And they have a broad picture of who's listening to what. And radio, AM, FM radio in the United States, in Canada, dominates. This is what people listen to most. And another reason why is because it's free and it's easy to access in your car. There are measures of where listening is happening, much more in the car and the workplace than maybe at home, for example. So maybe more streaming happens in, you know, like, I mean, I get your drift of trying to find out how these numbers are calculated. You know, I look at mine. I'm 56. And my listening, apart from, so if I remove shortwave, I don't really listen to AM, FM radio. I will listen to stuff on my phone, stream it. If I go and take the bus or the subway, I will be streaming something or streaming music. I ain't listening to the radio. So I'm part of those that aren't really listening to the radio. except shortwave. So, you know, when you look at that, you're thinking, well, you know, and if I look at people around me, I get where we're, you know, maybe trying to figure out, well, who listens? But you know what? New neighbor downstairs, she's in her 30s. And the other day she asked me, actually, I wanted to ask her what she was listening to, but I didn't have time. She says, I hope you don't hear my radio because I listen to the radio all day. Well, she listens to the radio. She's in her 30s. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, you know, it's interesting because what we see, what we hear, and we're trying to figure out numbers and all of that, which isn't always easy, you know. You know, I haven't gone time to put that video up, but I'm gonna tell you that in Africa, radio is extremely important because most of the coverage of the cell phones are very limited. As soon as you go just slightly off a city, you don't have that anymore. It's radio. Oh, radio is the only one. Um, Different gear TV. I wonder what percentage of people that drive use radio. I bet it's near on 100%. I think it's the most popular way of listening to the radio. And there's a small percentage of people that are on like Sirius XM for satellite stuff, but the majority is radio. It's not 100, but it's a high number. Can Michael talk going around to end FM in my country? Yeah, I don't know here what's going to happen. Here it's so. It's interesting to see all the you know. I can tell you that Sheldon Jasmine, 80% of laptop users are not gamers. They're people that need a PC for work. The market for Windows PCs is work related, and that's the biggest chunk of all Windows. If businesses tomorrow would dump Windows, Microsoft would stop creating Windows. They would just dump it. It's a business thing, and because of work and work related stuff, desktops and laptops are 80% people that need it for work and 20% gamers that want to play on their PC. I'm in that category. Well, I'm in a mixed category because I'm a gamer and work with my PCs doing what I do. So, you know. Um, so what else do we have? No, the U2 album that was put on iPods created a very big. Apple will never do it again. People, it's not that it's U2. people didn't like that you were shoved with an album that you never bought or you never wanted. You didn't download it yourself. I think it was the I shove it in your face problem, not the fact that it was you too. Gary 4549, better advertising. Different gear. The iBeer app sold a few units for sure. When you lift a phone pod, drink the beer. Ah, that was kind of cool. You know, these were just, it was stupid stuff, but it's like, oh, look at that. This is so cool. You know, Kenneth, if the guy taps you on the shoulder in the subway in New York or Chicago, he plans to snatch it out of your hand. Well, that's the difference between New York and Montreal. In Montreal, they're like, "Oh, can I see? Can I see what you're doing? It looks cool." My WX50. I have an LG 60 phone with Android. I hate that LG has stopped making phones, though. Yeah. Looking here. Brian Listener, does internet radio count? I love BBC Radio 4 Extra. No, it's all calculated. They have all of these numbers. They have all of these numbers, and and it's kind of interesting. You know, as the generations grow older. I mean, we're in 2025. If I look at some in X Gen, you know, one of those annoying X Gen that one of the things that we'll see as time goes by, because newer technologies. I mean, it's been 25 years since really we start having other stuff going on. We've started having, you know, a different way of tuning to what we like and what we want. So we have to look at people of the last 25 years, the young generation of the last 25 years, as they're going up, what they're doing and what they're listening to. And of course, that will shift. I mean, even the the share of ear surveys, they show that as the years go by, there's a shift. There's a shift. There's a slight. Every year as an increase in streaming, things like that. So definitely things are shifting. Kevin Michael 13560 is a instrument, scientific instrumentation frequency and RFID. It's local to you. It's hospitals with machines. It's scientific industries with all sorts of things. RFID stuff. Anybody that tunes 13560 anywhere, you will hear something. Free to choose. What is the average age of listener? The younger they are, the less radio they listen to. Oh, that's definitely a thing. But you'd be surprised on these surveys of how much radio, AM, FM radio, the younger generation still consumes. But it definitely is lower than older people. And it's very, very complex. ZY3WR, I barely listen to FM stations. The one I want to station are far from the region. Sometimes Cairo kick in with odd days. Okay. Donna Goblins, or Gobbins, sorry. I wish I could rig a shortwave radio into my Lincoln Town car so bad. You know, there's no more, we can't really, I don't think there's any car shortwave radios anymore. James Radio Check. Just Google it. More people listen to radio than stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, well, desktop. Even I, as a gamer, I don't understand why you buy a desktop. Yeah, I understand it because they want to change their cards and stuff. Because I'm gaming from my my laptop and I'm happy. But yeah, I can't change the GPU, and yeah, it can be annoying at times to not have the latest game because of that. But yeah, desktops are probably much more gamer stuff. Although there are some people that are like, they buy a desktop because it's a desktop was the thing, and always been the thing, and they don't want a laptop, and that's kind of okay. Kenneth, anybody ever tried to see me play a game? My WX50, I bought a desktop, but use it for video editing, no gaming for me, though. There is this notion that a desktop computer is more powerful than a laptop, which is less and less of true today. But depending on what you do, sometimes it might be. It depends what you want. If I would buy a desktop today, yes, it would be for gaming, and I'm an old school demo guy. There's a website called Pwet.net, which has PC demos, graphics and music, which just makes me like, yeah, that's a Commodore thing, when demos were a thing also from back in the day. But I would buy a desktop if I would be a really heavy user of games and all of that. I'd buy a desktop for the purpose of, I can take that graphics card out and buy a new one to play the newer games. An example of how, you know, frustrating it could be, I got an Asus Gaming Tough machine. But it is kind of 4 years old now. And for gaming, a computer that's 4 years old is an old computer. So when they released the new Indiana Jones game, I was sad to see that, well, okay, I can't play it. You know, it's not compatible with my machine. And a laptop, that's what's sad, is I just can't change the GPU. Brian Leesner, you can see the HD portion of WPHD in Philly on the SDR. And that's the one that actually, when I use my HDR14 St. Gian radio, when the signal's strong enough, it sometimes switches to HD. I need to try it again. Mike B, what headphones are people using for shortwave listening? So I don't use headphones. I listen with my ears, but you know what? I used to do shortwave almost exclusively with headphones because, you know, and when the noise is high and the signal's very weak, it definitely is a helps out. Definitely helps out. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here from southeastern Arizona. If it hasn't already been mentioned, Starship launch tomorrow at 23:30 UTC. Cool. Might be checking that out. I like to see these things live. It's fun to see these things live, actually. Yeah, anybody had that, one of the I think most popular models was that Philips 777, was a model, which was a car shortwave receiver. Desktop motherboards are not better, and not faster. That is a false idea. Laptops, if you put the money, laptops are as fast. It's the fact that you can change your hardware. So on a desktop, you can change your GPU. An example, And back in the day, you could change your sound card and change all of these things. So what makes desktops more versatile is that, well, when your GPU is getting outdated, you can buy a new one and change it. And it makes your PC still continue. But in terms of the motherboard, laptop motherboards are as fast and as powerful. Turbrook Tim, a guy I went to school with, drove a Jaguar that had a radio that got shortwave. Oh, wow. That must... that's interesting. Buy a Jaguar. Voice of shortwave radio now on 15770. If you guys want to listen to that. Kevin Michael, 17946 with Aircraft Communications. Jasmine, headphones to me are essentially in listening to weak SSB signals from utilities. Because I don't use much of the headphones anymore. I listen in carefully. But when I used headphones, it was mostly to not annoy anybody. When I started with shortwave, my shortwave radio was in the living room where my parents would listen to the TV. So, of course, I had headphones. I had to use headphones. And I didn't mind using headphones anyways. But No, they're not shutting down ZY3WR. Radio Romania are just saying that they're using only one frequency right now, and that it's a dire situation. But they're not shutting down. Now, right now, they're not there. But the government is searching for easy money to pull. And for them, Radio Romania is, And by the way, a lot of these closures are not even because of numbers or lack of people or anything. Oftentimes, it's just, why are we doing this? And just remove the money, Yeah, the Philips DR777. That was one of the good, the good ones, absolutely. Old radios, pulled pork sandwich. Oh, that's good. Jim's radio check. Realistic. D100 was hooked up to the car with the same kind of plug as CB radio uses. Yeah. I had the DX302, and I remember hooking it up to my father's car. He had a Monte Carlo, a GM Monte Carlo car back in 83-4. And I remember I told my dad, I know what I'm doing, and I went under where all the wires are. And I was like, I hooked up my DX302, and I still remember we had a 4-hour car trip, and I had put a piece of wire that would go up to the little telescopic in front of the car, and I spent 4 hours listening to shortwave with a DX302 powered by the car itself through the 4 hours. Now, if that's not geeky enough of a radio guy, a DX302 sitting in the back seat listening to stations. Because back then, I didn't have to wear a seatbelt in the back seat. And I could just lie down with the radio on my belly and tune around slowly what's out there. Oh, God. Those were different days. Today, it would be a ticket, and don't do that again. Different gear TV, do you mean headphones or earphones? I can get a decent pair of earphones that don't break. I've got through all the ones that came with my radios. The one that come, honestly, different gear TV. The ones that come with radios, I never use. Ever, ever, ever. You know why? I always feel that not only are they cheap and really bad, the audio quality is always bad. I rather buy myself a pair of headphones that I will pay a price, but know that, I mean, like these are, if I listen to music, this is what I'm going to put on. And this is what I would use probably even for my shortwave radios. And I would probably feed my shortwave radio through my console and use these earphones listening to whatever audio is out there. RJ Dakota had a friend who had an MG car and had always medium wave FM shortwave radio in the dashboard. Protocol Ireland. Protocol Ireland? Kenwood and Pioneer still do shortwave models for cars, only available in certain regions. Some eBay sellers have them on sale. Yeah. And I believe I saw there was I think I saw a Chinese radio that had one. A Chinese car radio that had shortwave on it. Oh, Kenneth. Sound Blaster sound cards. I went through those so many times. Still remember buying one, which was the ultimate. I had a, I think it was a Pentium computer, and it was the ultimate Sound Blaster card that you could actually load into it had RAM memory on it, and you could load sound samples into the card so that you could listen to MIDI files that sounded almost like real instruments. And boy, I had a lot of fun with that. These are good old times. You know, this is what I miss of the PC market. It seems like today's PCs are just like bundled stuff. And there's no experimentation that you do on it. When back then, you could experiment on, your PC with all sorts of things and new things and try things around. And it was like, I miss that. Today's PCs are just like, yeah, this is a box. It does it all. And there's nothing you can change or do. Just use it. And that's kind of boring. That's kind of boring. M-Mod Sender Blocker. Nice to have you on board from the Tokyo Amvention. Well, it must be early in the morning there. Must be early in the morning there. Brian Listener, I recently picked up the Nikon ECR6 from Japan to scan the aircraft band. What an amazing little radio. RJ Dakota and a lot of cars doing 66, yeah. And imagine there was just that. It wasn't just that. There was even any rules. Drinking, well, you could drink and get in your car, and there wasn't even. I believe the first rules were drinking were illegal were like in the early 80s here. And most of the 70s, my father would drive real drunk. And unless he was like reckless, there's nothing. They would not do anything. Hey, that was perfect. No seat belts and drunk driver. Way to go. I'm still alive, but I'm sure a lot of people are dead because of that. You know, I remember being very, very scared. Being in a car, my father would go at, I don't know what speed on a highway because he was drunk. And it was something. I remember you know, when you're a kid, you try to convert yourself in some way. Today, the same thing. I could just call the cops and they would arrest my dad and charge him for not just reckless driving and stuff. It would be like you endangered your own kid. But back then, that wasn't a thing. But I remember I was, you know, astronomy buff, and little story. One of the things, and I think I said it before. I was, I don't know, 8 or 9, and my father was driving real fast. I could hear my mom telling him, "Don't go that fast. It's dangerous," and so on. And I was so scared. I was shitting in my pants. I was like terrified. And I looked out the window and I saw the moon. And I created in my mind well, as long as the moon is there, it's looking down on me. Nothing bad can happen. And for many years, that was my mindset. Because I had to. It was just so terrifying. And even today, sometimes I look out the window and I see the moon and I'm like, oh, you're out there looking at me? Making sure I'm safe? But, you know, those the times. Older radios, 3DFX graphics cards. Yeah, I had so many different graphics cards. And with memory and, oh, God. Dang. Hey, Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. Sounds like a variation of the old Brothers Care more moaning on 9930. Really? So it's still there? Yeah, because I believe they are there. 9930, let's check it out. Oh, look at that. You know, if you take that audio and you put the cowbells, it'd be like the Radio Botswana interval signal. Put cowbells and put a rooster. And you've got, with that backtrack, which sounds like cows mooing, you would get a Radio Botswana interval signal. Modern version. I can't believe this. Every time I hear that, I'm like, God, come on. I can't believe. Kenneth, I believe my sound blaster was like yours in an external mixer. Oh, man. Good old days of playing with computers. Computers. Yeah, I know, Jasmine. Actually, while I was talking about it, it came to mind. It's like, yeah, that's why people go with, you know, Raspberry Pi or Arduino stuff. I know. Actually, I have a electronics kit, and it's brand new in this box. It's one of the top end, and it can actually, if you buy a Raspberry Pi, it can actually interface with it. Maybe I should. 31 Tarek says I can get 15770 outside at the edge of my property, too noisy inside. Yeah, but PCs used to be experimental things too. And that was cool. That's what I miss. RJ Dakota, none of my parents' older cars had any seat belts. First car I ever saw was a Ford Torino. And, you know, yeah, I mean, MDK2, yeah, PCs used to be geeky experimental machines. Absolutely. That's partly why they became popular, too. You could just take parts and put them together and have fun. Kevin Michael, 17560, CRI, Xiang in Japanese. Andrea, DUI has always been illegal, but it wasn't until the 80s. I guess that's the thing. I don't know when it became legal or illegal. Maybe it's just a question of when it became serious enough that they would just, you know, stop people. Oh, yeah. In the 80s here, old radios, you could buy cigarettes in a hospital. And I'm not joking. You could buy cigarettes in a hospital. In the 80s, I could, and I did. My next door neighbor, Saturday mornings, it was a quick way for me to make money. She would like call me up and say, "Hey, Jill, go get a pack of cigarettes." And I'd go to the store, a dépanneur, which is like a 7-Eleven, and I would buy a pack of cigarettes, which were like $3. She would give me $10. I'd buy a pack of cigarettes for $3, go back, give her, and she would give me the $7. Hey, cheers, do what you want. I was a happy guy. I mean, like at 13, 14, I got $7 in my pocket. Hey, I'm rich. And man, those were the days. Different Gear TV. Today's electric scooter riders are more of a problem than drink drivers. Oh God, here in Montreal, it's crazy. They are nuts, and they're going at these really fast speeds. Oh man. Robert Levin, bad thing about the radios in Jaguars is that the tuners leak oil. Matt says you could get busted for it if it was really obvious, but there weren't things like DUI checkpoints or things like that. Yeah, no, back then that didn't exist. You know, I mean, if you could drive straight and keep in your lane, they wouldn't do anything. Free to choose. My father often went 100 miles per hour on the highway, and no cop ever showed up. Yep. My father was, of all, I mean, we did a lot of road. Of all the years we did road, my father drove like a crazy nut, and never was arrested or stopped by a cop. Never, never, never. Back in the 70s and early 80s. Kenneth, I was driving through LA and saw the moon too. If only a cop was nearby. Tusnell, my dad used to pass cars on hills where you couldn't see. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, my dad would flash his headlights at anyone in the front because they weren't going at 150 or something. It was like so stupid. Trick Schreiber. What else do we have? That was nuts. I mean, even for just smoking in a car with all the windows up, my father would, I could, if I was a kid today, my father would have been arrested for that because it's something that is now unacceptable. I remember getting in that freaking car where my dad had smoked probably 20 cigarettes, and I almost wanted to puke with the smell of the inside of the car. And imagine how worse it is when it's 90 degrees outside in the summer I gotta tell you, I didn't want to have car rides much. Maybe that's why I don't own a car today. I don't know. Jasmine, one of the coolest things I picked up recently is a Mayhem Hack RF, portable all-in-one digital mode decoder. Can plot ADS-B flights and AIS ships. Cool. Cool. Jasmine, Joe would love our dev hack space here in Seattle. Cool. Brian Listener, I still build my own desktops. I like to choose the components instead of buying prepackaged. Well, yeah, there's still a lot of people that do that, honestly. And it's cool, and it is cool. I mean, you know, maybe if I had space and everything, maybe I would still go desktop and you know, buy my own parts and choose my stuff. And it is kind of a cool thing. You know, you can still do that, and that's kind of cool. Altair Computers. Oh my God, Richard Wagner. Man, cigarettes were on sale everywhere. They didn't care if you were a kid. There were vending machines in the lobby of every restaurant. Yep. Jasmine, I know Vancouver has a similar place, maybe in Montreal too. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what a dev hack space is. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know about it. And there could be, Jasmine. Just incredible. Times have changed, hey guys? It's just incredible today. MDK2, my mom brought her cigarettes by the carton. She kicked the habit cold turkey when I was 11, though. Made me proud. My mom stopped. My mom was a smoker. My dad was a smoker. My mom stopped smoking when I was born. But it's funny because we talked about it several times later. And she never smoked again. But I remember one day we were talking and she says, I never smoked again, but I can tell you one thing. Smoking haunts you for the rest of your life. If you are in an environment where people smoke or there's alcohol or something, your brain kicks in and it's like, come on, have a smoke. And she's always said she's always been able to resist. She's always been able to resist. But she says that for the rest of your life will always be up here and come back from time to time. And I was talking to one of my best friends a couple of weeks ago. And that came up for some reason. And he stopped smoking like 20 years ago. And he says, oh, don't talk about it. He said, when I go in a bar and I drink a beer and I see people going smoking outside, because now we have to smoke outside, he says, from time to time it comes back. But he says, I just brush it off and like, no. But apparently it's forever. That always haunts you. Kenneth, I remember in 7th grade, candy bars went up to 25 cents a bar from 10 cents. End of the world. End of the world. Hey, we had what? We had 1 cent. When I was young, you could buy candies for 1 penny. Each candy was a penny. And there was even a couple of them. There were like 2 for a penny. Today they screw all the kids. They have these little bags with like 30 candies in them, and it's like, oh, $2.79. It's like, whoa, this is like screwing over people. Smoking in airplanes, oh god. Smoking in restaurants. How disgusting was that for people that don't smoke? Smoking in restaurants. I remember I've been so happy when they actually did the law where they couldn't smoke in bars. When I would go to, I always loved karaoke bars. But there's so many people smoking. I remember going to the karaoke bar, having my eyes like, hurt from all the smoke, coming home, smelling like an ashtray. I would wake up in the morning, take my sweater from off the floor, for example, smell it, and it was horrible, horrible. I smoked packs of cigarettes thanks to other people, and I never smoked in my life. It was so horrible, and I'm so happy today. It's like if you're a smoker, I'm sorry, but I can tell you one thing: when people that smoke today tell me, "Oh well, I would like to smoke," it's like I don't give a f. Go smoke at the other corner of the street. I don't want to have your cigarette in my freaking face. Okay? You want to smoke? Yeah. Go over there. Jasmine doesn't own it. Well, a lot of younger generations don't want a car too, Jasmine. It's like too expensive. I've rented cars. When I wanted a car, I rented a car. I never thought it was, in a big city, you don't need it. If you live in a rural area, you need a car. I understand that people outside of Montreal, yeah, you get a car. But inside a big city, not necessarily. Matt, NDK2, no AC, no AC. That's true. Then it become standard till the 80s. Look, oh man, no AC. It's like, it's 90 degrees outside. Pull down the window. It's too hot. Oh, God. A pack of candy bars, toast and loaf. Yep, me too. Smoking in restaurants. Oh, yeah, that was horrible. Yeah, because I guess, you know what, Jasmine, I have the old computers here. Most PC gamers probably come also from the era of we had Commodore computers or Amiga computers or whatever. And that was a hobbyist thing at the same time. And they're keeping in that same spirit. Oh yeah. Oh man, that was horrible. Free to choose. I quit smoking 7 years ago. When someone smokes beside me now, I have trouble breathing and feel like throwing up. My mom told me one thing, and one of the reasons she never smoked again. About 10 years after she stopped smoking, the envy, the urge to smoke became so strong, she decided to smoke one. And she said she took 2 puffs, she puked her life out. And she understood, all right, never again. Somehow there was some kind of reaction to it. If I look at my friends, Jasmine, a lot of them live outside of the city, so they have a car. But of my closest friends, one of the reasons why a lot of them have a car is there was a reason behind it. I remember one of my friends said, if it wasn't for my parents living outside of town, I probably would still not have a car today. And yeah, there's reasons to have a car. And there are car guys and girls. Some people just like to have a car, which is fine. I got a couple of my friends that are like that. It's like, no, I just want to have a car. I want to have my car. And I get it, when you're waiting for the bus at minus 24 in Montreal in January, sometimes you want to have a car. But, it's I think it's getting more, and the younger generations, what I've been reading a lot is a lot of them think it's just too expensive. And of course, in a big city, you don't necessarily need to have a car. It depends. I tried something. So, Kev Michael, I'm going to add something into your comment. So I exploded in a restaurant when I was with my father. I told someone to get out. It made me sick. Kev Michael, when I was 15, my dad was smoking at the kitchen table while we were all eating. And for some of you know my past history with my father and everything, which is very complex. I still remember I got the guts to look at my dad and say, "Do you have to smoke at the kitchen table? It's disgusting what I'm eating." I got a look, and he told me, if I translate what he said in French, he was something like, "You have no idea of how to shut the F, and it's none of your business." And as a 15-year-old, you just continue eating and look at your plate and not even answer to that, because it's just the F, 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 and F words in French were there all over. Like, you're not going to decide what I do in my home. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm going to look at my soup and just concentrate on my soup. And that was the answer. Oh, God. NK2, where Jasmine lives, the car is unnecessary. I wish I was in the center of town. And same here. And you know what? I go to the corner of the street here. I have the subway. I go everywhere in town on the subway. I go downtown. I go everywhere. I don't need a car. I do not need a car. A car for me is going outside of Montreal. Then I'll rent. Less expensive than owning one. You know? Well, same thing there. It's like when I go outside, sometimes I will go to stuff where I take the public transit and go outside of Montreal and realize how public transit in suburbs is so crappy. Of course, people want to have a car because in the suburbs, the public transit is the crappiest thing in the world. Yeah, I'm going to wait an hour for a bus. Here, I wait maximum. I probably wait 10 minutes for a bus at the corner street. 15 minutes max. And I got a subway station just at the corner street where I live. Hey, I go everywhere I want using that. That's where you don't, like, why should I have a car? You know? But there's the other category. And, we talk about hobbying. Radio is a hobby. PCs, radio, computers are hobbies. For some people, cars are also hobbies. They like cars. They want cars. I got a couple of friends that cars is their lives. It's like, I just go crazy because I have a car. It's like, that's fine too. That's fine too. but it's extremely expensive. And if you can get without, hey, at the price it costs to own a car, you know. I had a friend told me once I went on a vacation with a couple of friends, and we took a car. We rented a car for 2 weeks. Renting a car for 2 weeks, like 7 or 8 years ago, was like, I don't know, $700, $600. And he said, "Well, why don't you buy a car?" Um, Renting a car for $700 for 2 weeks is less expensive than owning one full time, when most of the time I don't need it. So renting is a way better option for me when I need a car. Well, that's the question, Mike WX50. When if you're in a rural area, if there's not a lot of stuff like around you, of course, a car is freedom. Absolutely. Absolutely. And for some people, even in the city, it is, it's, I remember telling, I don't want to offend, anyone with what I will say, because, I mean, if you have a car and you're happy, that's all. But I remember saying one thing to a friend of mine that says, why don't you own a car at your age? And I said, so I have to own a car, 2.3 kids, because I was like stating the average in these statistics. So I have to own a car, a house, I have 2.3 kids, and be a perfect citizen. That's what the society wants you to be. I'm not society. I'm not the guy that's a little robot saying, oh yeah, that's the way it is and we should be. It doesn't work like that. And he just looked at me like all surprised. I was like, well, that's kind of weird for an answer. It's like, no, that's what I see of society. You need to have a car, a home, 2.3 kids. You have to be the perfect little society guy or girl, and life's perfect. That's what school makes you, a little robot. And he was like, well, that's bizarre. It's like, look, I got my own thing about society, and that's it. I don't have to abide by these rules. And that's the way I got it, Kim Michael uses public transit. For a lot of people, old radios. A lot of people. I mean, my sister, when my sister Joanna died of cancer, she would never come in town here. She said, I'm terrified to drive in Montreal. And it's like, yeah, I totally understand. Totally understand. When you don't drive that often, it is terrifying. Absolutely. In a big city, oh man, it's terrifying. Or is I'm too autistic to drive too much, sensory problems. Yeah, that is also a problem usually. James Radio check. In Chicago, people are renting out parking spots for thousands of dollars a month. Yep. London 19657. Do you realize that you all driving on the wrong side of the road? Google Napoleon's fault. Scooter cranes. Hey Joe, what is the story of the rabbit behind you? Oh, my rabbit. That's my sister. So, story of the rabbit. So my sister died of cancer in 2011. We were planning a trip. I was very close to my sister, and we were planning a trip to Egypt, and we would play adventure games and video games together on PC, comparing notes. So I'd say about 2 years before she died, We come from a family where emotions are tough to, I'm working hard on that. When I say to you guys at the end of every show every week, love you guys, that would have been something that would be impossible for me 20 years ago. Um, so this little rabbit, um, in 20, so she died in 2011, and 2008 or 9-ish. It was Easter, and there was this little basket of chocolate that she wanted to give me as a present, and this little rabbit was on top. And because we're emotionally challenged, we're going to call it like that. At first, she didn't want to buy it because she said, well, it looks like, I don't know, it's sissy, it shouldn't be. And she did anyway. And when I got the basket, there was kind of a little, I don't know, a moment where we weren't really comfortable. And she looked at me and she said, well, I thought the rabbit was so cute. And I said, yeah, the rabbit is cute. And, sorry, I'm getting emotional now. When she, passed away, I always wanted that little rabbit to be close. And, oh, that's it. Okay. I'm going to cry. Okay. So that's the story of the rabbit. Jasmine says, you think like us young people. Yeah, well, maybe I'm younger in here than, I know, you know what? Sometimes I wonder if going to karaoke bars where a lot of the average age is so much younger, maybe kind of played in my brain. Like, I want to act younger. I mean, when I go to a karaoke bar, I like that all the younger people there, they don't react with me like I'm an old man. They often react like I'm part of the gang, which feels good considering my age. So maybe going out with younger people also kind of changes my minding. I don't know. Oh yeah, when you're in a small town or anywhere in a rural area, you need a car. That's undeniable. Always like I can. Okay, MTV2. I hate having to live where I live when there are so much better parts of town as far as walkability, nightlife, etc. are concerned. My house is so much more affordable here. Yeah, that's also why a lot of people go to the suburbs. I'm buying a house here is, I'm going to have a new landlord. This building has been sold. It's been sold for $1 million something, which is like wood. So, of course, and most people are like that, Matt. Most people buy a house pretty far away from the city because that's a lot less expensive for the most part. I've been here 25 years, so rent is half of what I would pay, and even I would say almost a third of what I would pay for the same size apartment. I would pay 3 times this rent if I'd moved somebody somewhere else. 3 times. And now we got new landlords, which it adds a uncertainty. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, they can't. There's rules. They can't kick me out like that. But you know, you just don't know what's gonna happen next. Matt says, at risk of being too personal, no, you're not. Breast cancer. She had a lump on her breast, and it was very aggressive. It went from a golf ball to a tennis ball size in a month. Just to tell you how aggressive it was. And the treatments that she got didn't do anything. Of course, they took out, you know, the mass and everything. Chemo, all this stuff. She was like, you know, it was horrible what she went through. And it came back, and then it was everywhere, the lungs and whatever. And I remember 2 moments. One, I was there when the doctor looked at her and said, you know, we're preparing you to go back home with all the proper caring for the time left. Because there's one other treatment, but I don't think it's going to work. And my sister said, even if there's just 0.5% of a chance for it to work, I want to try it. And he said, you're going to be real sick with that one. And she said, I want to try it. And I still remember, it's like the courage. And the last time that she looked at me, and she told me, I'm too young to die, I'm not ready. God. I cried all night. Still crying now. Oh, God. What's a millionaire homeowner adjustment? Yeah. It's starting to get close to that here. Shudden Rock as Radio New Zealand on 17675 with the Andor Whip. Yeah, that's also another thing, Brian Leisner. Depending on where you live, public transport is not necessarily... Here in Montreal, it's very safe. Things happen, of course, but I've rarely witnessed anything bad. And I mean, here in Montreal, you could walk at 4 in the morning alone, and even women, and you'd be surprised at how safe it is in Montreal. It's just crazy. But yeah, there are places where, yeah, where I would probably not take the subway or anything, you know. That's what happens, you know. Thanks, Matt. So that's the story, J Projects, of the little rabbit. That's why it's there. That's why it will always be there. It's my sister in spirit. You know my sister? She told me once, if there's one guy and if there's one of us, and we were 4, two girls, 2 guys. My sister Cara still lives. She's 70. She just got 60. Wait, I'm 56. Yeah, she's just got 70. She's really older than me. But and my brother, of course, that's 65 and just got to retirement. But she said, when I see what you do, if there's one guy that's gonna make it and be popular and do something great in life. It's you. And I was like, oh, God. Yeah, okay. So, you know. But Tori, were you ever a DJ at a radio station? No, never. Never. But so many people tell me I got the voice for radio. You know. Paul Stringer, my internet was down. Wow. Old radios might as well be 13 begging to go to a concert sleepover. Matt says, if I had never left Denver, it's entirely possible that I could be a homeowner in the part of town now known as Island. Matt says, wow, Jill, sorry about that. My mom and both my sisters are breast cancer survivors. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. You know, my sister, we always had a joke going on for a long time. If there's a bad luck to happen, she would always be the one. So every time we would go somewhere, and you guys have no idea of how many times it happened. We would go somewhere. If something has to go wrong, she'd be the one that it happened to. And I witnessed so many things in life. Every time I was like, yeah, I guess it's you. It's always you. And when she got the breast cancer that was incurable, she said, you know how everything in life, I don't have luck. It's always me. Well, I got a cancer that is uncurable. It has to be me. Like, God. You know, things like that happen. Oh, man. So, you know. Yeah, Sade is great. Like, smooth operator. Um, Mainland in 19657. Oh, you never forget it. It's like something that you live through. And imagine right now, it's like I'm, caregiver, and one of my friends is dying of cancer. It's like we're living through it again. And I find it really tough right now. Kenneth says, my mother's breast cancer story was like your sister, Joe. But this was in 70. My sister died of lung cancer at 38. Youch. My sister was 55. 55. I'm 56. And I'm like, wow. Wow. Jasmine says Seattle is one of the most safe cities. Never had problems. Cool. I never let, when I go to karaoke and I have female friends, I never let them take the bus alone. I go to the bus stop. I especially at 2 or 3 in the morning, even though I know nothing's going to happen probably. I'm a gentleman. I always go with the girls to their bus stops or take the girls. If they don't live too far, I'll walk with them all the way to their home and come back. Because it's like, no, I don't want to leave you alone. Why take a chance? It's small, but it's not zero. And so, free to choose. News in Montreal often talked about security issues because of homeless people being in the subway stations. Yeah, that's the biggest problem right now. And some subway stations have a lot of homeless people, and yeah, that is a little complicated. It's a subject that is the lack of freaking help from governments and trying to do something about it, because homeless people, for the most part, they just want to, you know, live their life and be left alone. The problem is that, you know, they have nowhere to go, and it's complicated because, yeah, you know, there are a couple of stations around the metro in Montreal where you're like, yeah, but then again, even I have some of these stations I went off. It's not fun, but it's I've never had an issue with it, or no one was, you know. Yeah, London 19657. Everybody has some bad memories or moments, you know. Jasmine says, you do have a good voice for voiceover on the radio. Yeah, I know. I know. I don't know how many times people told me that. It's like, you got a voice for radio. Paul Stringer, my last building, when it was sold to Russians, they raised rent, kicked everybody out. It was 20 plus years ago. Yeah, here there's very strict rules, so you can't do that. And one of them is if they decide that they want to renovate to a point where I got it kicked out, they have to give me my rent times the number of years I lived here. 25. That's $27,000. So they won't do it. Because that's a real rule here. London 19657, thank you for the donations. And Shelley, just like me, you wanted to be Johnny Midnight on WKRP. Yeah. Tuna pizza for you, my friend, and extra anchovies for Paul. Ah, good. I like that. 54 Cal, my cousin 34 passed away last leukemia. Oh man, he's a heavy beer drinker. You know, I was doing search. So, you know, my family was complicated. So there's a lot of people we didn't see because of my dad, and my mom was a very like, low profile woman. You know, she was like, whatever the man says we're going to do. So we didn't see a lot of the family on my mom's side. And my mom's side there was some cool people there. There was my uncle, Andre, which was an uncle that repaired radios, TVs, and VCRs, and his kids. There was one of them which was about my age. So when we would go there, me and his name was Alain, we would play, we would do all sorts of stuff. I remember we would take out a TV and take off the cover. And while, you know, my parents and all of them were getting drunk, we would like take the coil and turn the coil to have the picture go upside down on the TV, and we would just laugh our head off. And it was like just so much fun. But my uncle died of cancer in, oh man, maybe 20 years ago. He died of liver cancer. And he was young too. He was like in the 50s. And so I wanted to see where my aunt was. She was like, are you still living? And I knew she had Alzheimer's disease. So I started Googling her name. And she's still alive. She's still alive in some folks' home where they're taking care of her, and she's like heavy. She doesn't know anyone anymore. But I got shocked because my cousin, Alain, came up in an obituary and died 2 years ago. And I was like, whoa. And I saw the picture. It's like, it's him. And I was a little pissed because I was like, why didn't nobody call me or tell me? Somebody somewhere must have known that I know, and and I was like, I would want to be there for that. But I was so surprised, and I was like, he died, but he was. There's a big flaw in the family. A big, I'm not dealing with it. I'm capable of dealing it correctly. But we have a big flaw in the family, and alcoholism is a big one in the family. My mom was part of that. My dad was part of that. And everywhere I see the cousins and the uncles, and I was like, wow, alcohol is a big, big, big issue. And, I deal with it in a different way because it's like, I know I have the bug, meaning I could drink like there's no tomorrow. It's part of my genes. I can't explain it. I can understand it. But if I got one beer, I'll have 30 beers. But I deal with it in my own way. And the fact that I have, I take a lot of sober days. I don't have to drink. I don't have to have alcohol. So I can have a full day without, no, I'm not touching anything. I'm having alcohol tonight, but, I'm not going to have it tomorrow. That's the thing. So I kind of deal with it maybe better than others, although it's not necessarily healthy too. But he was 55, 6 when he died. And I was like, wow, I'm so surprised. So, you never know. There's so many things happening. And, I hate people that have this dead on, well, if you do this, it's like, no, don't, I'll say it the way that I'm saying it. Don't Jesus me. Don't tell me because of your beliefs that life is like this and you should be straight and should. No. That's not the way human beings are. We all have our flaws, all have our moments where, we need help, whatever. There's this minding of how we got, grew up. So many years, I couldn't say I love you to anybody. Because, you know what? A man doesn't do that. A man doesn't cry. Well, no. F you. But we're all different, and we're all living in different ways. We just got to understand each other. That's the biggest thing that is a problem in society. Judgment is a really huge problem. I don't judge anybody. And I don't know how many people told me, I've never in my life, I had the impression you judge me. It's like, no, because I cannot judge you. If you know what my life is all about, I really, really can't judge anybody. That's the way it is, Paul Stringer, if someone in a unit for 20 plus years, they did it so they can raise the rent. Matt says that's something we would never have in the USA. Hattori, you would do well, Jill. You're very entertaining. Yeah. It's life. Yeah. Yeah, leukemia is a big, big problem. If it weren't for bad luck, I wouldn't have nut luck at all. That's a good song. RJ Dakota, Smooth Operator. Yeah, that was great. Jill, shortwave radio announcer in WRMI. You're listening to WRMI. Okeechobee, Florida. United States of America. Johnny Fever, oh God. So it's 0 UTC. You should have a English language Radio Romania waiting for you on 11620. Radio Romania is there. And it's pretty good. 11620. Hey guys. And that's where it is. There's also some what is there? So 1 hour before the next V13. So okay, we're gonna do a little deal here, guys. You guys want me to be here for another hour? If you do, you know what? We could I'm gonna get another beer. Beer number 3. Don't worry about the alcohol. I'm okay. And we'll be continuing with the we'll see if we can hear the Taiwan number stations, the V13. 3 frequencies: 18040, 19052, 20025. I'm curious. Propagation is so good tonight. I'm curious of trying these on the number stations. And if you guys wanted me to continue, London 19657, only if you do Moscow nights, I'll do it. It's fine. It's alright. Jasmine, my favorite Sade song is Like a Tattoo. I like, what's the other one? Sweet as Taboo. She was great, actually. It was fun to see also people from, like, outside the United States and, like, people from somewhere else. MDK2 says, let's go. So I'm going to go get a beer, check out on my caregiving duties, and we'll be looking at V13 and see what else is on there and check it out. And we'll be looking at all of this in a few seconds. Don't forget, you like what I do? You know, I mean, look how many hours. It's 8 p.m. here, so that means I've been on for 4 hours. And you know what? It's just great to be here. Come on, guys. Super chat donation. How about it? Or a PayPal donation. And I can tell you what, this is a great time to be together. You know, you guys are lucky. You see my very vulnerable moments where, you know, I talk about stuff I would never talk with my friends, honestly. And I talk about it freely like this on a YouTube channel where I have a lot of people I've never met in person. Sometimes a little bit in, you know, the Zoom meetings, but, you know, it's kind of cool. So I'll be back in a few seconds. Come on, guys. A little bit of donations. Helps out. You never know. This is what, you guys have no idea if this is what's keeping it going right now. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we're going to continue our radio fun. So 3 or 4 minutes. Hello, everybody. We are back. Okay. So. Oh, really, Jasmine? Oh, that's cool. Gary 24 fan, nice to have you here. Radio Romania in English, coming in well in Fort Fairfield, Maine. Mike B, Moscow Knights, and Rista Paul in one live stream. Outstanding. It's like therapy. Radio Romania International clear. RJ Dakota. Kenneth says, Jill, got to train Paul the Cat to dance along with your hands. I might have to use AI for that. ZY3WR in Israel is having China Radio in 12045. So, Sarge Rock, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And as we are going to check out anything that's happening on the bands, especially with Pirate Station, any Pirate Station and Number Station, any Pirate Stations right now. I'm going to check that out. There was a very interesting pirate this week, which for a change, because that's always what I hate, is like Pirate Stations just play music. And I know it's easy and everything, and probably a lot of those wanted to be like DJs of some sort. But at some point, it gets a little like boring. People just playing music. So this week there was one that was playing some really cool kind of a comedy type broadcast, and it was like it was funny, it was fun too. So it's like, wow, that was kind of cool. And so that happened this week, and I listened to it the whole time. I didn't have anything in hand real quick to do it because he had a slow scan TV picture, but it felt fun, compared to what we usually hear on the bands, and I had a lot of fun listening to that. I think it was on Wednesday night. There was one of those pirates. So right now, any pirates? What do we have? We have at 020. So we have Brain Brothers Shortwave Pirate Radio Network on 6905 upper sideband. Apparently. So we got something like that. It's interesting, nothing at 0. Let's see if there's... it's not the best radio for that, but let's check out if I have any... Yep. So 6905 is on. Lots of talk. So nothing much, but 6905 definitely. There's some interesting digital thing going on 69145. Seems like some kind of digital mode. I'm trying to figure out what it could be. It's a MarsNet 6913 upper sideband. It's a military MarsNet, and they're having some digital mode in it. That's interesting.
No additional stations. You are net control and release, over.
I'd be curious to see what digital mode that was. But this, it isn't the Mars frequency. They had a alpha. Or is it could it be a Civil Air Patrol MDK2? I need to check that out. Unless it's a Civil Air Patrol thing. Let's check this out. 6913 kilohertz cap net. Okay, it is apparently it is a MarsNet. From HF Underground Utilities, it comes out as a MarsNet. So that's interesting. That is very interesting. They're very strong here. Some of the stations now are like really weak, but one of the stations that was there was very strong. They're calling all stations to identify it's some kind of net anyways. If it's not a MarsNet, it could be like oh, you're getting the Brain Brothers on 6905? It's not bad here too in Montreal. $6905 Brain Brothers. All the radios is hearing 6905 also. Robert Levin. Well, 11620 is pretty good here. Should get it pretty good. I guess. Yeah, Green Berets. Scooter Grain says, Jill, you're one of my favorite YouTubers. Thanks for all the radio recommendations and the discussions. Hey. Hey, nice to be here. It's fun to be here. Honestly. It's not just a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here with people that I've over the years learned to, to know more and know better. And even though there's a distance between us, it's really cool to see, everybody and everybody share. It's pretty nice. So, 6905. It is pretty strong here, getting to S9. And I mean, this infant antenna on that low frequency isn't usually that great, but it seems to be pretty good tonight. So we're going to net on 13. Still there? It's calling all stations again. 6913. And if we like other frequencies, I don't hear anything else. Oops. So there's some net on 6913, which is, I guess, maybe a Mars net or a Civil Air Patrol net from the United States. And of course our pirate station on 6905. With what sounds the national anthem right now of the United States. Mike B 6905 is weak in Southwest Colorado. Matt says got to wrangle up some dinner, so take care. It's nice to have you here, and if you listen in. Paul the Cat just went outside, asked for the door in the backyard. So it's kind of neat. So we're going to go on for the next 30 minutes. We're going to try the number stations, and then we're going to sign off. So I hope you enjoyed today's show and the show in general. It's always nice. And pretty cool to have everybody here. Don't forget, 4 hours, 5 hours live shows. Not everybody can do that. Be entertaining and have fun. If you like what I do, super chat, and also pizza fund, and Paul the Cat fund on PayPal. It's always appreciated. And you will be part of a drawing at Christmas. 2 memberships for the Canadian International DX Club, with a bulletin called a Messenger every month, and a monthly Zoom meeting there. And of course, we'll have a couple of surprises for the next drawing. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So, think about it. Any amount helps, guys. So 6905 Pirates still going on. It's pretty cool. And it's kind of interesting to tune around pre-om. So the next number of stations about 27 minutes from now are from Taiwan, V13. And sorry, but the V13 stations have a very unique way of transmitting. So 01. They have, so it's the New Star Broadcasting Stations. It's from Taiwan. It's in Mandarin Chinese, a female. And there's a musical introduction, apparently. And then there's all sorts of things going on. So I have no idea if we're going to hear anything. You guys on the West Coast have a better chance. Here on the East Coast, I'm not sure. We're gonna try. You know, I say it all the time. If you don't try, you don't know. And sometimes you miss out on stuff. So it's gonna be kind of interesting. So 6905 signed off. There's something down here. And there's something up here. No. 6925. There's a very strong pirate here. 6925. Right now. So if you guys want to try it, 6925 unID'd. And it started a few minutes ago at 0:30. Oh, it's I Got You Babe song with Cher and their boyfriend at the time, Sonny and Cher. So that's what's playing right now on 6925. It's pretty strong here. S9, easily S9 at times. So I Got You Babe, Sonny and Cher on 6925 upper sideband right now. So Mike WX50, here's music on 6925. Mike B, there is no real rhyme or reason to the controls of this AN48X shortwave. It plays a supplied 16 feet cable with 6 feet shielded. A definite improvement, but not the fix. Yeah, and that antenna I hate. And now we have downtown. Petula Clark downtown. That's where my radio voice should be. And now on Pirate Radio, it's Petula Clark with Downtown on 6925 kilohertz. Pirate Radio World. Let's go for it. I like that song, Downtown. Reminds me of my mom. I always loved Downtown. I like Petula Clark, actually. She's still alive? I think she is, right? Petula Clark, is she still alive? Petula Clark. And she is still alive. Wow, 92 years old. 92 years old. Wow. Isn't that incredible? 92 years old. Dang. So, old radios, barely hear him. Jay Farley has 6985 lower sideband. Let's go check that out, just by curiosity. 6985. Lower sideband. Oh, look at that. There's something in Spanish, but it's a mix of weird things. There's like AL transmissions, and there's some Spanish, which are probably pesquies. You know what? I want to almost try to decode that AL transmission. I'm gonna check it out. This is weird. 6985. There's some polytone stuff. It's so weird. It's 6985 lower sideband. Sounds like Spanish. Almost a transmission. And the polytone are 6981-ish. Or 6925. Disappeared? Hey Nancy, thank you so much for the donation. Lying down and my ass closed listening with a wicked headache, but thank you for the enjoyable show. Tell Paul I say hi. I will promise Nancy. I will tell him. And do take care. Do take care. Wow, 92 years old. She's incredible. And you know she sings in French. Here she was very popular for that because she sings in French. Most of her songs, like Downtown, are French, sang in French by Petula Clark. Yeah, 6925 seems to be gone. It was there for a while and now it's gone. Anything else here? Trying to see what's there. It's interesting to see what's out there. So it's pretty quiet now in that band. No pirates and no Petula Clark anymore. So, yep. Brian Listener, I'm going to keep chirping about the WV601. They're back in stock on Amazon. John Ash, I didn't know she also sang in Spanish, Italian, German. Yeah, I heard it in German actually once. Is very very interesting. Just like she had several languages. It's kind of weird when you look at what's happening and how things happen. There's so much from my young age that I remember, how everything, my mom listening to everything. It's like, wow. That's where my Christmas are. My Christmas is based on music from the old times, like from the 40s to the 70s max. I don't like modern Christmas music. But I like the old stuff, Bing Crosby and so on. Anything else we can check? So there's Radio Slovakia, which should be in English, on 15770.
Were evacuated and submerged. They were settlements in the
So Radio Slovakia via WRMI 15770 coming in right now. So that is interesting. So apparently 6925 was Yay Man Radio, but it just dropped off abruptly. Did they have some kind of a transmitter issue or something? Oh, 6925 might be back. So Slovakia 15770. Let's go back and try out 6925. Oh yeah. Yep. 6925 is back. Oh God, I want to throw up every time I hear that one, Jasmine. Please. Please. And if anything, Justin Bieber got something in my face, I'm not here anymore. Forget it. Well, you know, that's okay, Jasmine. I hate it, but, you know, I hate it. That's all. You know. I know it's very popular, and one of the most popular songs, Christmas songs of, like, you know, the last few years, the last, you know, whenever it was recorded. You know, one of the songs I always hated, and somehow it became different, is Wham and George Michael when they had that Christmas song. You know, last Christmas you gave me my heart, and give me your heart, and the very next day you gave it away. I think it was Last Christmas, the title. I always hated Wham, but when I saw the documentary on Netflix, it, for some reason, it's kind of, yeah, okay. You know, there's stuff like that. One of the Christmas songs that I hate the most, if you gave me if you give me a choice between Mariah Carey or Paul McCartney and Wings with Wonderful Christmas Time song, I'd rather listen to Mariah Carey. That one I hate, really, from Paul McCartney. It's like, oh, please don't. No, 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 no. I don't want that one. I actually have a real Johnny Mathis Christmas album where he's standing with a pair of skis in the living room. And it was, my mom had purchased that. And so Johnny Mathis Christmas, she had the Barbara Streisand Merry Christmas album, of course, Bing Crosby, which is a classic. Bing Crosby, you can't say I hate Bing Crosby. I mean, that, and there are two albums that are like, for me, classics. Bill, you know, Crosby and Bing Crosby and Nat King Cole Christmas album. I mean, these two, they're pure gold. Pure gold. That's Christmas for you. Johnny Mathis. It was good. There's some good. All radio says I dig one. Jasmine says the song and the movie Love Actually are Christmas for me. We all have our, I guess, our own little moments of what Christmas is, you know. A lot of it has to do with our young times too. I mean, it's like I do have fond memories of some cool moments, you know, with my parents and the Christmas tree. I remember when I passed about 13 years old, 14 years old. You know, I was an accident. My mom was 41 years old when I was born. So when I was, you know, 14, 15, she at 15 she was 55. And my dad too. They were the same age. And they didn't want to do the Christmas tree anymore. You know, I couldn't even imagine a Christmas time without the Christmas tree. So I would take everything out, and from like 14 years old, 13, 14 years old and up, I would put that Christmas tree up because it was like, no, it's Christmas. That tree needs to be there. It's part of normal life for me, you know. There are people that hate all the Christmas songs, you know. You know what? I never listened to the Carpenters' Christmas songs. Maybe I should. You know. London 19657. In the UK, the best one is Slade. Merry Christmas. Cotton Wool Time. Wow, okay. Oh yeah, that one's something. The Barbara Streisand very fast version of Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Along the Way. That's something. Yeah, that Bruce Springsteen is kind of cool with that. Santa Claus coming to town. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Dean Martin was good. Dean Martin was good. Yep, definitely. You don't have to be religious. I'm an atheist too, and I like Christmas. Not for what it represents for most people. For me, Christmas is a fun, enjoyable moment of trees, bright colored lights, and just winter. For me, it's Winterfest. It's when people tell me what does it represent for you. It's a representation of a winter festival. It's cold. It's snowy. White Christmas has nothing religious on it. White Christmas is just White Christmas. Here we go. Christmas tree, White Christmas, snow outside. You know, sleigh ride. It doesn't have to be religious. It depends what you take. Some take the religious side, the Christian side of it. That's fine. I take the, you know, White Christmas side of it. And the beautiful moments of happy family gatherings and fun. So it doesn't have to do anything with religion. You just do it the way you want to do it. And that's it. You know, when I listen to some of the albums, Nat King Cole, and they all have, you know, Johnny Mathis, there's one of the guys that I have a Christmas show. My mom was a big fan of Christmas shows, which also I'm kind of a sucker of the old Christmas shows of the times. But Andy Williams. All of these albums have two types of songs on them. And often they had actually a separate. I don't know if it's because they wanted to make sure you're a Christian, you can listen to this side, and you're not, but you love Christmas, listen to that side. But often they would put the non-religious side on one side, where you have joyous songs of, it could be, of course, Frosty the Snowman, stuff like that, which has zero religious message in it, but beautiful, joyous Christmas fun time. And the other side would have the more religious stuff. And so most of the time, like, I got a lot of the albums from my mother, and what I would play is the non-religious side, the fun Christmas, holiday, snow, Christmas tree, and I'm sure some people would play the other type of album, and that's fine. So it doesn't mean you don't care about Christmas, nor does it mean you have to poo-poo people that are Christian and that have the meaning of Christmas based on that. Because let's face it, Christmas comes from Christianity. It's part of for a long time it's been part of the religion stuff. But you with today and what we have, you take the side you want to take, and that's it. Everybody can have a good time. It's fine. Because for me, Christmas is memories of my young times. When I took my mom out of, my dad's, for those that don't know, I'm the one that took my mom off of my dad's. My dad was violent, and my dad was an idiot. One of those old time guys that think that you are my wife and you do what I say, and he would hit my mom and all of that. So I took my mom off of that, but I got great memories of me, my mom, listening to Bing Crosby, listening to Johnny Mathis, the Christmas tree there, having fun, sharing, presents. There's a fun time. It doesn't have to be Christian. It can be, and this is where I am, a winter festival with a Christmas tree, lights, and sharing love among everybody. Paul Stringer, in my group, welcome to Christmas Land. I do a live show every Christmas Eve following Santa Claus. Oh, that's cool. So you go to what you follow him like on the NORAD site and everything, Paul? That's fun. That's fun. That's a great idea, actually. Old radios, the waitresses, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas without. There's a couple of there's what are the some of those bands that were like these girl bands of the 50s. Don't eat Yellowstone. Yeah, yeah. Don't do that. Again. Okay, guys, in 1.5 minutes, we're gonna try to see if we can hear those Taiwan stations. Hey, Gary, 24 fan. Thanks for being here. Next week, 20 hours UTC. KFC for Christmas. I would eat KFC for Christmas, but I have my favorite dishes that my mom would cook that I cook every that I would cook, you know. Yeah. So let's check out. Do we hear Taiwan number stations on the bands? 3 frequencies: 18040, 19052. I'm gonna actually put them in the chat if you guys want to try it. And West Coast, if you guys are on the West Coast, you have more chances than me. Here we go. So Dave in Bangor, Maine, nice to have you here. Hey, Grandma, you know, one of the good songs, Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. Yeah. Jackson, yeah, I wasn't raised with any religion, so Christmas never really had a religious overtone in our house. Same for me. My parents were, if people don't know it, we're gonna check for the stations. I'll just mention a few things here. Once again, I'm not offending, don't want to offend any Christians or anyone. It's, you know, personal how things worked here. That's it. Okay, so what are we hearing on 18040? Am I hearing anything? 18040. And Jasmine, I want you to listen, because on the West Coast, you might have something that we don't here on the East. 19052. Nothing here. I don't hear a thing here. I'll try it anyways. 20025. Yeah, nothing here on those frequencies for now. All radios, but you have to use 1955 technology to get the dogs to get Jingle Bells right. Imagine how much time that took. Yeah. I eat KFC once a year here, just like to get the hang of it, and then it's like, it's all right. I got enough for a year. Oh man. I'm gonna check if anybody is on the Thank you, James Lee, for the donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. And here in Quebec, for those that don't know this, and nobody knows outside of Quebec the story, here the Catholic Church had a really hard grasp on Quebec. So, and until early 1960, religion was like, women have 20 children, men just, you just let your men do what they have to do, and don't complain. And it was a horrible situation here. I actually have a very tough stand on how the Catholic Church should be punished and should have to pay billions to the population of Quebec because of the way they behaved. So, and I was part of that. because that harshness, even though it was less, I was brought into a Catholic school where I had to go to church. I was forced to go to church. I was forced. That's the way it is. I'm sorry. Forced to go to church. Forced to do all the stupid stuff that church wants you to do because of the Catholic beliefs. And when I was older, when I was like a young adult, I went and did all the steps to get out of the Catholic Church, which was, believe me or not, extremely complicated. Why do you want to get out? I was never asked to be in it. That was the first thing. It's like, yeah, but my parents had no right to put me in your church. I'm the one that has to decide that. And there was so much. If it were for me, they should be paying billions in reparations to all the population. It was horrible. Women died because they would tell their husbands and the women, oh, you have to, have as many babies as, your husband does what he has to do. Yeah, well, how many women died because of that? I'm sorry. The Catholic Church for me is like I want to puke. And the Pope, he is the devil in person. If you believe the Bible, the one is the devil is the one that you least believe, that the least, like, I remember that phrase, whatever. You don't think he is? Well, the Pope is the devil. Okay? If that existed, that was the thing. So I have a very hard, and it pushed me into a very hard anti-religious side, which I have to learn, and I did because I worked in a place where everybody around me was religious. And it made me learn that, okay, I might have my own personal harsh belief on religion. I have to learn to respect the beliefs of others, though. And I like that job for that, because it made me believe, okay, being relaxed. Last day I've ever worked there, one of the most religious guys there said, you know what? You don't know. He touched me and said, God's going to let you in because you're a good guy. I was like, yeah, okay. But, there's so many things that it's just, pushing you and all of that. Oh, Jasmine has 18040, very weak carrier. Well, there's a carrier. It's like an AM USB thing. So that means you might probably be hearing a little bit of it. So that's, yeah. There you go. Jasmine. Oh, yeah. It's a woman voice. Absolutely. You should be hearing that. And Jeff, there are parts of stories that are great. Like I know that, and this is where, the problem about all of it is that not everybody's bad in there. You're talking about World War II, and I read stories and seen stories of priests that were heroes, risked their own lives to save people. I mean, these people are amazing. And I've seen a lot of stuff about it, and they're not all of those people are bad. Not all of those people are bad, and we can't put everybody in the same basket. It's like everything in life. not everybody is bad because they did this or that, or were, in a crime, or, it's not because you went to jail they're a bad person. There's a series of events that happened before you got there. And like church. So, yeah, there are some priests. There are some wonderful people out there that believe, profoundly believe, if I help those people, I will go to heaven, and they did. And if there is such a thing as a heaven, I'm sure they have that big spot for them there. Okay? But it's here it was so harsh that this province went from very religious to atheist almost, because it was just horrible Catholic control. And now we're like, just get the F out. I don't want to see her face. I don't want to see her, there's a church here. They're raising money to keep the church up. And you know what? My thing, everything I pass in front of it is like, hey, just demolish the freaking church. Go to hell. And that's the way we went to, because of that really powerful grasp that didn't respect anything. Oh yeah, the Vatican allowed it. It was these Catholic things were crazy. And so, it's Jasmine, Shirley's having a Sinead O'Connor find the real enemy moment. And I actually got out. One of my best friends from high school, she became a nun in the Catholic Church. And when I told her, I said, I'm getting out of the church. She said, why? And I said, you don't understand. You don't understand. When I look at what the Catholic Church did, and I was forced in it without anybody asking me. I was 14 years old. I don't have a consent. I never gave my approval. I was stuck in that freaking church. And I said, no, I'm out. I'm out. I want to be out. And I did everything. You know what happens when you do that? A priest actually called me up and said, so why do you want to get out? And I gave him so many reasons. And I said, and I had read a nice article on that. When they call you, you have to be polite. Don't say things that are bad or anything. Explain calmly why you want to be out, or else it won't work. And that's what I did. These are the reasons why, I want to get out. And I got my actual paper here somewhere where I was officially excommunicated from the Catholic Church, where I am not allowed now to go to confess or do I don't know in English how you call it, what the community, in French it's, I don't know. When you take the, like they put that thing in your mouth which represents the body of the Christ or whatever. Anyways, so it was kind of, but it's like, no, I want to get out. Mike WX50, I grew up in the Bible Belt. Glad to have be a free thinker, unlike much of the rest of the family. This is also something I have a hard time, is I believe the biggest problem in our society, and without being political, It's the problem in the United States of America right now. People are driven to a way of thinking. They can't get out of it. They can't have their own way of getting out of it. And, well, wait a minute. My logic tells me that this isn't right or this isn't correct. And when I say this, it's valid for both sides of what's happening in the US right now. So I'm not telling one side is worse than the other. I'm just saying there's too many people stuck in a very position moment that I am right. They watch specific news channels that are very different, and they just stand on their own position. Nothing moves, and we get what's happening in the US right now. And that will be the only comment. Old radios. Watch the movie Song for a Radigi. It's all messed up stuff that went down in Ireland in the 40s. Yeah. Free to Choose says, who still becomes a nun in the 21st century? All those left are slowly dying. I have a congregation here where only 8 are left. Well, you know, it's stuff. People are searching for an answer. Communion. Yeah, communion. 210 Biker Perry. Thank you, Perry. Communion. And people are searching for answers. I mean, we live our lives. We know we're going to die someday. It's a hard time for a lot of people to believe this is the end. There must be something else, and people are searching for that answer. And, you know, it's complicated. You know, I have a very, very harsh answer for Quebec priests. Because when somebody tells me, oh yeah, but you know the Catholic Church, and I said, yeah, a bunch of priests that just grab, you know, little kids, you know, cocks and whatever. Like, I'm sorry guys, that was a harsh comment, but it's like, yeah. They just, like, you know, want to have little things with kids. Bunch of freaking. You have no idea the amount of priests from Quebec, Catholic priests, that left to France to avoid being sued or being in our courts because they did things with, you know, kids. That's like, yeah, all right, yeah, a bunch of freaking, you know, perverts and pedophiles. That's such a that also is such a thing that I was like, yeah, okay, all right, you know, all right, you know, yeah, that was beautiful. Robert Levin, something on 17020. I haven't heard anything. 7 and Jeff, don't go there. 17020. Is there anything here? You know what? There's maybe something, but I'm not sure. Look at that noise on 15,000 kilohertz. Man, I can't believe how much noise I got since they renovated their home next door. Oh God. Jasmine, Jasmine and Jeff, be quiet. London 19657. Oh God. We're trying to be good citizens of the internet here. So we have to stop talking about certain things. Oh man. So I've been on for what? I've been blabbing for the last 5 hours and 18 minutes. This is my WX50 naughty. Yep. Yep. That's pretty much it. Paul the cat is gone outside. He asked me for the door when I went to get my last drink. He said, I want to go out with the raccoons. Oh, I got to show you guys something with the raccoons. I don't know if you guys are going to see it well. So, story of the week. Story of the week. Paul the cat goes outside. Comes back. And I'm in my office here. The door in the back is open. I'm hearing noise. It's like, it's Paul the cat. But I'm hearing more and more noise. And I'm like, something's not right. So I decided to kind of go and check. And as I go in the kitchen, it's raccoons. Raccoons are in the kitchen eating Paul the cat's food. So, but the worst part is Paul the cat and the raccoons are friends. Imagine. Paul the cat and the raccoons are actually friends. They're like just sitting next to each other like, hey, how are you? And that's the funniest part. But, of course, raccoons come in. And I thought, well, when I saw the raccoon run out, I thought, that's okay. I mean, nothing bad's happening. He's gone. He's gone because Paul the cat's the way it is. Paul the cat is friends with the raccoon, and he's friends with the skunk in the backyard. And I'm not even joking. They're like next to each other, and it's like, hey, how are you? You're my friend. They're like, yeah, okay. So I go in the back and I'm like, okay, well, Paul the cat is back in, and so what are we gonna do? And I'm like, okay, well, the raccoon hears me going out, and so he's gone, and everything seems fine. I'm trying to find a video here because I want to show you guys. Oh, wait. I think I have it there so I can show you even better off of the stream. So, raccoon runs out. And I think it's the only raccoon, so I'm okay. So I close the door. Close the door. And go to bed. After 20 minutes, I started hearing scratching in the kitchen. And I'm like, whoa, what's happening? And I'm starting to think that there must be a raccoon stuck inside. So I get up, naked, and this is part of the story, naked, and I go in the kitchen. And I'm like, okay. Paul the cat goes under the kitchen table into a corner behind a water heater. And he's just sitting there. And I'm like, Paul, are you kind of telling me right now there's something there? Because he just sits there and doesn't go out. Like, okay, wait, let me check it out. So I get up, start looking, and from the corner of the water heater, I see hair. There's some kind of beast behind it, definitely. And I'm like, okay. So it does seem like there is some kind of, you know, and I look and I see a little, like a little, you know, raccoons have like, they look like little hands, the way that their paws are made and you know, all. So I'm like, huh, okay. So there definitely is a little beast there. So, I'm like, okay, what do I do? So I start taking, you know, like, I'm going to do some noise or something. And I'm going to see this. This is, you know, he's going to go out, something. It's 3 in the morning. I can tell you guys, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. So I'm like, okay, how do I have the raccoon get out of my kitchen? So I decide, well, the easiest way, I guess, is I'm going to leave the door open and I'm just going to go in my bedroom. I'm going to go sleep or, you know, not make noise. And, you know, he's gonna like want to go away because now he's scared and he's like terrified. And I'm gonna be like, okay, Paul the cat is standing, and I'm not joking, in the kitchen door, looking at what's happening in the kitchen. And I'm like, Paul, what the hell are you doing? It's like he has to go. Come here. And he just sits there looking at, oh, this is fun. I want to see what's going to happen. This is Paul the cat. So I'm like 3 a.m. naked in the kitchen, going to bed and saying, well, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. Something's going to happen. And I'm just going to bring you up the video because I think it's self-explanatory and exactly what you want to see. Here goes. Just gonna find it here, and I'm trying to find it. It's on my Facebook page somewhere here. Here we go. Raccoons. Expand. Okay, expand and stop. So here is, guys, the mystery the mystery video of the raccoon. So to give you an idea, when you see the video, there will be a raccoon on the balcony. That's the raccoon that went out, but he's coming back because his friend is stuck inside. And you'll see on the left side, eventually a raccoon will come out. That's the raccoon that was stuck and hiding behind my water heater. That's now leaving. So this is what you guys are going to see in this video right now. So let me just put the OBS Studio streaming to gonna move that. Here we go. So display capture. Here we go. You guys should see a raccoon. And here we go. Enjoy the scene. This is the video captured by my phone that I put down on the floor. So the little bright eyes there is one raccoon. He's like, where's my friend? He didn't follow me. So look at that. It's like, where are you? Is it safe to go in? I like how the bright eyes actually do a reflection on my floor. My kitchen tiles. So he's going in. But at this time, he doesn't want food. I think he's just looking for, where is my brother or sister or something. He's very small, so I think he's probably one of the young raccoons. And there, now he's hearing noise, so he's going out. And look on the left side of your screen, guys. You're going to see something show up. It's the raccoon that was hiding behind my water heater. Here you go. And they meet up. Now they're like, oh, okay. We're together. Now let's go. So that was the event of the week with Paul the Cat at 3 a.m. But that's not all, because behind those moments, one of the reasons I said I was naked is I went outside on the balcony trying to scare all of them. All of them. And I was totally naked outside, and I was like, wow, if one of the neighbors ever comes out. But no, they're kind of all cute and fun and beautiful. And just like, oh, wow, okay, that's cute. Yeah, that's cute. I can tell you that. Oh, man. But they were cute. You know, honestly, it was like, it was one of my fun moments of the week. It was like, this is so cool. Man. It's just so funny. Well, what scared me of that encounter was me being naked. I thought maybe I should put on pants and boots and, you know, because I don't want to have, you know, if one of them would, like, you know, take a, you know, a jab in my skin, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to the hospital to have some rabies shot or something, you know? But, yeah, well, I avoided the X-rated portion. That's for PornTube. 2 raccoons and a penis, it's called. Sorry. So, yeah, the eyes are so reflective. It's incredible. And I was not just surprised that, because it's like a cat. Cat's eyes are reflective too. What surprised me the most is it reflects off the floor. I was like, what? There's a reflection off the floor. This is crazy. I was just so surprised on that, honestly. But that's life. It's life as we know it. You know, it's just funny. So, but they do look like little bandits, you know, with their eyes and their little, you know. Yeah, well, you know, I'm here. Yeah, I know you're here. So, okay, let me see. Can I, just want to do something here. Wow, I really dropped it off real. There we go. So, that was the, fun moment of the week on, with Paul the Cat and everything. But it was kind of cute. I mean, raccoons are beautiful. It's just that, you know, just got to be careful. If they bite you, you got to go to the hospital. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to have, yeah. Yeah, it worked itself out. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just wait until they get out. Because that's all they wanted, getting out, you know. Shrinkage. And Jeff. Yeah, that's it. Cute until you get bitten. Exactly. Mike B says, Mr. Paul, raccoons and Moscow Nights, top-notch live stream. Oh God, yeah, but you know, they're in like one's stuck inside, and you're trying to figure out, okay, what am I gonna do now? But he just was so scared he hid it. So I was like, okay, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. Um, it's last summer, the other summer before, there was a stray cat that came in and stole Paul the cat's food. And I got up, hearing noise. That cat was in a panic mode. He ran to the front living room, and I had my the screen in my patio door. He jumped on it and was like going nuts. He was so scared. He's like was just going nuts. And I was trying to relax him. And I can tell you that stray cat was way scarier than trying to get a raccoon out of my kitchen. That cat was so in panic mode. It's like, okay, he's gonna jump on me. He's gonna bite me, or something's gonna happen. That cat was in a really heavy panic mode. It was just so crazy. So crazy. So, oh man, that was something. And that was last year. I leave the door open because Paul the cat goes in and out. And when I'm up doing stuff, I just leave the door open in the backyard. That's it. Nothing really usually happens. Usually. And, that was interesting this week. I was like, yeah, okay. Going to be careful because now the raccoons know there's a free buffet available, So, that was something. That was something. I gotta tell you that. So that was the raccoon moment of the week here in Montreal. So, with Paul the cat that doesn't care. It's friends with the raccoon, apparently. I took, last year, there was a picture, my garbage, I rarely put food in a garbage bag, but I had that time, like, bones from, like, ribs or something. And my bag was, open. And I looked at my security camera in the back, and Paul the cat was sleeping, and that's not even sleeping. It was just lying there at 4 a.m. And raccoons went up. Paul the cat almost like just said, "Hi, how are you guys?" And they went to the garbage. They pierced a hole in the bag exactly where the bones were. And then they left. And Paul the cat was like, "Hey, take care. Happy to see you." It was just like, okay, what the hell is that? It's like Paul the cat is friends with everybody. Oh, man. Yeah, skunks don't go up balconies. They don't go up. I live in the 3rd floor, so skunks never go up the stairs. They stay in the backyard and eat whatever's there. So there's no problems with skunks. But the problem is that Paul the cat, when he sees a skunk, he goes down because he wants to say hello. I'm like, oh God. And I've got one of the rare albino or whatever skunks. The skunk here in the backyard is white with a black stripe. So it's like a reversed a reverse skunk or something. Yeah, Paul is like pee pee to pew. So it's like I see them and I'm like, Paul, come here. And the worst part is the skunk doesn't care. The skunk just whatever. It's like, hey, I've seen you before. How are you? You know. It's like, what the hell's happening? And so, yeah, I get the reverse skunk, and Paul the cat's just like, hey, my friend's here. I'm gonna go say hi. Yeah, I don't want you to get, sprayed or anything. Oh, God. So, hey, guys, you've seen a lot tonight. So many different things. I want to say goodbye to you and take care. So, I'm supposed to do Moscow Nights, apparently. And I will, before, say thank you all. Please help out in the donations. YouTube has not been very good recently. This is my paycheck. You guys love what I do. Look at all the stuff tonight and all the things that you enjoyed. You have the super chat donation and hey, pizza fund and Paul the cat. You know what? Through PayPal. Give a little something, guys. Come on. Especially, if you never, and that's where I'm trying to hit. You never gave anything. Why not do something? It doesn't matter the amount. Whatever amount. Thanks for everybody for being here. Thank you, Jeff, for the Rocky Raccoon Fund. I like that. And we're going to have Moscow Nights, as promised. Moscow Nights. And you know what? Kamikaze 76. Possums were not part of the province of Quebec until this year. For the first time this year, opossums have been seen here. So it shows how things are changing. So, it's kind of cool. So I'm going to put this down. So as you guys don't hear, well, you guys don't hear it. I hear it, you don't. But I have to take, I'll have to take the filter off because it doesn't sound right if I don't remove the noise filter. So, noise filter. And now you guys are going to hear my air conditioning going on. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to go here. Filters. Thank you, Kamikaze76, for the donations. And here's the noise suppression filter being removed. And you guys should hear a lot more noise now. That's the air conditioning. And of course, that's why I'm going to close my microphone as we go into the Moscow Nights moment. One of those times where, it's almost magical. Well, Moscow Nights. Radio Moscow. Here we go. Here we go. And there we go. Love you all, guys. Go. Love you all, guys. It is a honor to do this live show. A 5 hours and 45 minutes show. Love you all. Stay safe. Take care. Next week, 20 hours UTC. First 30 minutes, we will have the Marine Historical Society Enigma Decode. That's going to happen. So this is going to be kind of a lot of fun. So take care, comrades, and stay safe. Love you all. All right? Take care, guys. And thanks for the donations. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. Bye, guys.